This video contains subject matter that may be offensive and disturbing to some people. If you are the type to require a warning throughout a video or show, let this message serve as your warning. This channel discusses the harsh reality of true crime. If this warning is not sufficient for you, consider a different genre and unsubscribe from my channel immediately.
What's going on? Alright. Wow, that was a little bit freaky there. I had that same crash thing that happens sometimes. And then I guess I saved the file under, well, it was an autosave. That's what I was relying on, as an autosave. And it was an autosave because I actually recovered it last time, so it was an autosave under the autosave folder. So it was an autosave folder with other autosaves, but inside of that was another autosave folder with it in that one. So I was able to find that from like 534. And guess what, everybody? We're starting a new month now. So if you feel like you want to help support the channel, I know yesterday was we gave out $5,000 to various charities, and I just got the Excel spreadsheet from Intermountain Forensics. I guess they always send it out right around the same, like this first or second. So let's see, where is it? And thank you up there to Jody H, Sonia, and Tosh. Thank you. So here's what they sent me: Gray Hughes donations. So this is what our balance is right now. In there, $32,901. Currently, there's 5 cases that are moving forward. I posted that for the Megazoids in the community section. Has the names and different things in there, but 32,000, that was before yesterday. So now we have 35,400 in there.
Chewbacca?
Hey, thank you very much, Cheryl Bullock. Yeah, today was a busy day. I sent out, gosh, I don't know, 20 something of the notebooks. I still have 9 left, but I've already printed off the labels. That's the time consuming part. Some people get, or if there's space in there, I'll throw in the stress ball, but I don't know. I was going to make that a separate item at some point. I mean, it wasn't really, I just said, hey, you want the freak stress balls or what? I mean, they're pretty cool, actually, but. So that's pretty sweet, and that's because of you guys. And the only way we can do that is if, like, every single night, if a bunch of, like, here's the crazy part: if every single person on a night gave like $1, but that doesn't really work because like 8 people go, oh yeah, I'll do it, and then it's a disaster, right? So it doesn't work like that, but it's making a huge difference. I can tell you that. You can just see it right there that we have over 35,000 in there now. And she told me to look for another case, so that's what I'll be doing. Thanks, Kami.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm just gonna, let's just keep moving on this. This is the closing argument. Now, there was this other thing that's going around, this article about Bill and Peggy Stephenson and how there was things that seemed like it was related to the Delphi case, so they communicated with them, and it sort of seems interesting. So I went and did a whole bunch of, like I normally do on those cases. So if we have time at the end, I'll do that. Or if if we're not, if it's one of those slow nights again, we'll just save it for another night. What do we got here? Oh, we got another troll in here. Okay. Yeah. They always show up in here. It's like, what a waste of time to create an account and then have it deleted 2 seconds later. But watch this will be almost the third time I've seen this. The closing argument today in the Alex Murdaugh trial with the prosecutor, Creighton Waters. He, I thought he started off kind of slow, because he had to do the financial stuff again and sort of build it up again, and then he really finished really strong, almost like that one day in court where it was just a slam dunk. By the time it was over, you just go, wow. Yeah, how could he not have done this? Right? All right, here we go. And up above, I took screenshots of the pool camera. People went out to the property, and you can see those up in the upper left-hand corner. It's kind of small, but I can make it a little bit bigger, maybe like that. And you can see some of the shots that they were taking out there at the property today when the jury was out there. So the jury went out there first, then they came back to the courthouse, and that's when Creighton Waters, the prosecutor, did his closing arguments. All right, so I recorded it again at 1.5 speed, so if you struggle, you'll just have to go watch somewhere else. All right, like you'll have to go find the real, the actual speed of it. When I can't even listen to it slow anymore. It's weird. I just find myself, what the hell? I don't know if it's a southern thing or what, but thanks, Melissa South. Here we go.
This court. Good morning. It's been a long trial, hasn't it? On June 7th, 2021, at the Moselle property in Colleton County, Maggie Murdaugh and Paul Murdaugh were brutally and maliciously murdered at the kennels by Alex Murdaugh. Paul, as you know, suffered 2 shotgun blasts. Maggie suffered 5 blackout rifle wounds. And after an exhaustive investigation, there is only one person who had the motive, who had the means, who had the opportunity to commit these crimes, and also...
I think I've recorded some at 1.25, that's first part.
...whose guilty conduct after these crimes betrays him. The defendant was the one person who was living a lie. The defendant is the person on which a storm was descending, and the defendant is a person where his own storm would actually mean consequences for Maggie and Paul, and consequences for those who trusted him. And that person is the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh. I know this has been a long trial because it's a complicated case. And I'm not going to talk forever, I promise. But I am going to try to distill this down for you. And the first thing I want to do is set the stage. And to set the stage, we have to understand a little bit about Alex Murdaugh and who he was and who he is. He was a person of singular prominence and respect in this community. But he's also a person who's been able to avoid accountability for all of his life. While he was outwardly giving the illusion of wealth and a very lucrative law practice,
I think he left the bike there to make it seem like a peaceful, homey place.
Some bad land deals and that sort of thing, exacerbated by the economic recession, led to some financial problems. And then he had some big cases in the early 2011, 2012. And all his partners, and you've heard testimony to this, thought that had taken care of things. You've heard cases like the Thomas case and the Pinckney case and the Plower case and the Badger case. But the evidence that you've heard shows that the defendant became so addicted and so dependent on a velocity of money that the millions of dollars in legal fees that he was receiving was not enough. And so he started to steal.
Coastal Hampton style.
And how did he steal? He stole by billing personal expenses to the firm. He stole by stealing from his own family. You heard the testimony about the check he stole from his brother Randy. But then the main ways were two schemes that he developed. And the first one was to get checks made out from the client trust account to Palmetto State Bank, to fast talk the staff and fast talk the clients with those disbursements. And then
Right, I know, E-rule, but that's what he was trying to make people think, oh, wow, look at this.
then take it to Palmetto State Bank,
Like
where his
putting up
buddy Russell Lafitte
photographs
would
or
convert
some
those
shit.
and use those to pay personal expenses. And each time, until the end, it worked because the client was also getting a big check. And they were walking out of there thinking that everything had been fine when it was not. But then in 2015, he opened up the fake Forge account. And then all he had to do was get disbursements paid out to the Forge account.
Thank you, Jessica Miller.
And once he did that, he would convert those to his personal use. And to do that, though, he also had to fast talk staff and fast talk clients. And that scheme continued up until everything fell apart in the end. The other thing he had
And see, that's what's funny, because the other day I pointed out that one fast-talking moment on the stand. Remember that he said something, and then he quickly went to another. That's what he does, you know, just to try to sneak some. Hey, yeah, I went to the store. Hey, but I went. Yeah, I went to the store, but hey, the one time I was over here. Oh yeah, wait, what did you say a minute ago? Oh wait, yeah, never mind. Yeah, we were just.
You have to understand is during this time when he's earning millions of dollars and stealing millions of dollars, he's also borrowing millions of dollars from wherever he can. The bank, his law partners, his father, and it still wasn't enough. And this slow burn was continuing and continuing until the boat crash happened in February of 2019. And that changed everything. That set in motion things that were going to happen because of the criminal charges related to that case as well as the civil charges related to that case. And in the aftermath of the boat case, things changed. The pace of his stealing increased. In fact, that's when he stole the money from Tony Satterfield that you heard from. Ultimately stole about $4.5 million between the Satterfields and others. And unlike other cases, Tony Satterfield, who was the son of his longtime housekeeper, he took all the money. Took every bit of it. And that was coming to a head as we move into the spring of 2021. Because there had been some publicity, and you heard from Tony Satterfield that he was, the defendant reached out in the spring of 2021 because there had been publicity and saying, hey, I'm still working on the case, everything's fine, I'm still working on the case, it's good. But the reality is the defendant didn't have that money to pay it back, and he had one saving grace. Because as you've heard, they don't get paid until the end of the year. And his saving grace was the Ferris case, which they tried in December. They get the verdict and get paid in March. And that's when he convinces Chris Wilson to send those $792,000 of fees to him. But the problem is that only lasted for about 2 months. $792,000 only.
Yeah, so the thing is, this is all probably pretty boring to the jury because it's really, they get it. Like, here's the thing, they get the fact, but he has to you have to bring up all the stuff, right? But they already know, yes, at this point, we know that he is a shitty person. And but he's trying to bring up, just kind of remind you of all the depraved things that he did to various people financially. But you could probably have sped up the financial stuff a little bit.
It lasted for about 2 months, and then he's running out of money again. Meanwhile, you've heard in the boat case that Mark Tinsley was seeking to get a large personal recovery from Alex Murdaugh of $10 million because he thought, as many people did, that he was wealthy and had a lot of money. And when they said he didn't, he filed a motion to compel. And you've heard testimony about whether or not that had been granted, but it doesn't change the fact that that's what Mark Tinsley was seeking to do. And that boat case hearing had been scheduled for June 10th. In May of 2021, as we move into June, that's when Alex's own paralegal got the expense check for the Ferris case, but not the fee check, and tried to raise that to Alec and couldn't get a straight answer, tried to raise it to Chris Wilson and couldn't get a straight answer to his office. And so it goes to Jeannie Seconder, and Jeannie Seconder goes to the partners, and they can't get an answer about that either. And they want an answer to that because they're worried, because Alec has been talking about structuring fees, and they're worried he may be trying to hide assets because of the boat case, and they don't want to be a part of that. All of these things are coming to a head and his finances are falling apart. And you heard from the banker there. You heard where his finances were at on June 7th, 2021. And you saw what happened in the wake of that. Within a short period of time, he was negative $347,000. On June 7th, 2021, he was in the office. He was working on the boat case, working on those financial disclosures. And when Jeannie Seconder came in and confronted him about those fees that he no longer had and couldn't pay back. And on June 7th, 2021, and he tells this to Jeannie Seconder, his father Randolph is having a very difficult time. And while they might have said it was some positive news, the reality is that he was very, very sick. And he had always been someone that the defendant could go to, that he could borrow money from. And so that pressure is happening as well. And on June 7th, 2021, as all these pressures were mounting, the defendant killed Maggie and Paul. And how do we know that? We're going to talk in detail about that. But the timeline puts him there. The forensic timeline puts him there. The use of his family weapons corroborates that. And his lies and guilty actions afterwards confirms it. And we'll go over each of those in great detail. Before we get to that, though, I want to finish out, because in the wake of this, everything changes. All those things that were coming to a head immediately go away. It's a different world now. They're not asking about the Ferris fees anymore, and you heard testimony to that. Mark Tinsley doesn't believe the case is going to have the same value anymore because the sympathies of the case have changed after this tragedy, and you heard that. And who would better understand that than...
Yeah, I mean, I think I agree with you guys that he does a great job. I just think he could just, the financial stuff, I mean, you could just put the backstory a little bit quicker with, I don't know, it's weird. It's one of those things. Because, you could even hear, even when Fitz News was analyzing, they said the jury looked a little bit like they weren't as interested, but in the second half, they were really interested. So I think they just want to see the part where it boxes them in. So even though you got to tell the whole backstory, I think the backstory everybody kind of knows pretty well already, that, yeah, he screwed over. But you got to put in the parts that tell the story of a desperate man. So you got to put that in there.
Alex Murdaugh, who does the same work. The boat case hearing goes away, and everyone immediately rallies around Alex Murdaugh. And it worked, because it allowed him to borrow $250,000 from Johnny Parker, his law partner, who of course wouldn't have loaned him that money if he knew what Alex was up to, and allowed him to go to Palmetto State Bank and get $350,000 in an off-the-books loan that hadn't even been applied for, and to send that money to Chris Wilson and convince Chris Wilson to pay another $192,000 of his own money, and to send an email to the firm that everything was okay. And that made it another month or so until Annette Griswold found that Ferris check in his office, and Jeannie Seconder looked up the forged accounts. What happened in the wake of that? What was the reaction of Alex Murdaugh? Within a day of September 3rd of him being forced to resign, his buddy Chris Wilson is trying to see him, comes and sees him on September 4th, and confronts him about what he's been doing. And then within 2 hours, the side of the road happens. And Alec is a victim again. When accountability was at his door, he was a victim again. And he told a extremely detailed lie and went so far as to draw a composite sketch with the police of this assailant.
Oh, it looks like a YouTuber.
And the accountability that had arrived at his doorstep again, he tried to get it to go away, and it worked for a little while. People thought, oh my gosh, what's happened here? Should we be suspicious of Alec anymore?
One thing that I thought was cool was how many things that he put in there that we've talked about as like the theories and so forth.
But this time it fell apart a little quicker because his own brother figured out that he was trying to buy drugs, and the case fell apart very quickly. This is the setup for what we look at and what's going on. And it seems like a story that's far removed from most people's experience, because it is. It is a different story like has never been seen before. But the reason is that he is a different man than the kind of stories that we've seen before. This is a different set of circumstances than we've seen before. And it's certainly easy to understand when you have a middle-aged man who's outwardly successful, who has a strong family legacy, who has a prominence in the community and a reputation, but is living a lie. Is living a lie. And that leads to and can lead to those pressures being overwhelming and actions like this happening. Husbands have been killing wives, unfortunately, for years, and husbands killing sons goes back as far as King Herod, probably further. And those pressures mount, and someone becomes a family annihilator. Can I have the computer input, please?
So based on some of the stuff that we hear today, it seems like he killed him right after that video played, like within seconds after that video played. Well, maybe not seconds, not seconds, excuse me. So it was like 45 and 45 seconds. So within 2.5 minutes, be right around 8:49 and some odd seconds, because he was. Here's the thing: his buddy Rogan, right? Paul's friend Rogan was going to. He said, "Hey, can you make me a video of my dog and send it to me?" And Paul never sent it. Don't you think Paul would have sent it right after he filmed it? So something happened right after he hit stop, and maybe there was some arguing and things going on, discussions or something. You know what I mean? Because he was supposed to send it, and he would have sent that to his friend immediately after it was recorded, maybe by 8:46. I don't think he would just sort of let it sit there, oh yeah, and then he'd have to remember to send it. He was filming it directly for him. And then his friend wondered where it was, right? But you guys, I know this is we're gonna have to pick up the pace on here tonight. We're way slower. I'm gonna have to hit the fast forward button. I think there was some confrontation of some sort that happened between 46. I don't know. Some argument or something that delayed sending it, because he never responded to anything again after that. Paul.
All right. We got to do a little law school. I'm certainly not a professor, but we need to go through a few of the concepts here. And one of the most important concepts is the fundamental role, one of the fundamental roles while y'all are here. As the judge has told you, he's the judge of the law, but y'all are the judge of the facts. And what does judge of the facts mean? Well, a big part of that is that you determine credibility. You determine believability.
Thank you, Eugenie.
You determine which witnesses you want to rely on or not rely on.
The new month
you can rely
has started.
on part of a witness's testimony, all the witnesses' testimony, one against many, many against one. It's up to each one of you individually to make that determinations and decisions, and then to collectively discuss those into a group decision. But credibility is important. Is it believable? Is what somebody's telling you believable? There's many things you can consider in credibility, but a few of those are the demeanor of the witness on the witness stand, whether the witness has a reason to be biased,
138,750.
whether the testimony of the witness was contradicted on one hand or supported or corroborated on another, whether the witness has been dishonest in the past. And again, you can believe witnesses all against one against others, and you can believe portions of a witness's testimony as you see fit. Same thing goes for experts. Expert is a legal determination that allows them to give an opinion. Just because someone's qualified as an expert doesn't mean that you have to accept their opinion. You can judge that based on your assessment of the credibility and the relevance and the believability of that testimony. There's nothing different about that when someone's an expert. All right? Beyond a reasonable doubt. I talked about this at the beginning.
Hey, thank you. Wow, I missed. I was like looking somewhere else trying to fix our number. Thank you to Ashy Snow, Ali Cake, as in Ali Cake. It took me 8 years to figure that one out. And Simple Life Days. Thank you.
A tip for the fact.
Yeah, basically spent the whole day recording again, editing again, and making sure that we can watch this thing. And then I also did the other case. Hopefully we can get to that. But here we go.
Beginning of the case. And it's our
Thank you,
burden, it's a burden we
Georgina
welcome. It's how
Simple
this
life.
system works, that we have to prove the guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And what is a reasonable doubt?
Now, one of the also things I was noticing is his PowerPoint presentation wasn't matching what he was saying sometimes. He's skipping back and forth, and that gets really confusing. I kind of wanted him not to use the PowerPoint that much. Just to talk right to them with his own notes and do that, because when the PowerPoint, he would kind of mess up on the slides and have to fast forward. And he's talking about something, and then they're going, what are you talking about? It's not on the screen there. Oh, yeah, that. But now they don't hear what he said. See? That's a problem. I mean, it doesn't turn out to be a problem at the end because he nailed everything.
Is a doubt that makes a reasonable, honest, sincere juror hesitate to act. It's proof that a reasonable person would not hesitate to rely on in their affairs. But a reasonable doubt is not and leaves you firmly convinced of the guilt of the defendant, but it doesn't have to overcome every possible doubt.
Love the sun.
It doesn't have to overcome every possible doubt. I used to try a case against a defense attorney, and he would pull up a picture or something. Right here I have the Mona Lisa. And he would tear off a piece
I like
that
this
and say, ladies and
example.
gentlemen, that's reasonable doubt. And my response to that is, you still know what this is, right?
Yeah, it's still the Mona Lisa, even though you chipped away at something to make it seem like it was.
And he hadn't sent it yet. Looking for signal, maybe.
Chewbacca?
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, he was at Cash's kennel. Wasn't Cash's kennel right next to the feed room though, or something? I don't know.
You still know what it is. And that's
I can't remember now where Cash's was.
reasonable doubt, okay? If you still know what it is and you're firmly convinced, then it's your duty under the oath that you've taken as the judge will give you the law to convict the defendant. Direct and circumstantial. Directly proves the existence of the fact, and circumstantial evidence is proof of a chain of facts and circumstances indicating the existence of that fact. And we talked a little bit about that at the beginning. Sometimes people in common discussions will say, oh, the case is just circumstantial. But the law says that doesn't matter. The circumstantial evidence can be just as good as direct evidence. It is just as good. It makes no distinction between that, and the judge will charge you on that. There's no greater degree of certainty required of circumstantial evidence than of direct evidence. The circumstances must be consistent with each other and when taken together point conclusively to the guilt of the defendant. And I gave you all an illustration at the beginning. I'm not going to redo the whole thing, but about being inside. And you go outside and it starts raining, and you know it's raining, okay, because you got direct evidence, you're getting wet.
I think it might
but
be right
if you go
here.
inside and you're in a closed room, and all of a sudden it gets dark, and you hear thunder, and you hear the wind rustling, and you hear the rain coming down on top of the roof, and then after an hour or so you go outside and the sun's shining, but there's limbs all down in the yard, and it's wet as far as the eye can see, and there are puddles in the yard and puddles in the driveway. Is there any reasonable doubt what happened, that it rained? Now, again, I'll say it again. Supposedly, I guess somebody could have sprayed the whole neighborhood with a hose and blown a fan to blow the wind down, or blow the limbs down, simulate wind, but that's not a reasonable doubt.
That's right, he was texting that girl.
Ladies and gentlemen, circumstantial evidence can be just as strong as direct evidence. It is just as strong. The law makes no distinction
I don't know.
just because it's circumstantial. All right, let's talk about murder. Murder is the willful killing of someone with malice aforethought. It's the unlawful and willful killing of any person by one with malice aforethought. The crime of murder is really, as far as the elements go, fairly simple. The operative terms here, the most important terms are
Thanks, Nomad Beads.
malice, which is the mental state that the person must have, and aforethought. Let's talk about those. What exactly do they mean? Malice, and it can be any of these. It can be the hatred, ill will, or hostility towards another, but it also can be the intentional doing of a wrongful act with an intent to inflict an injury under the circumstances that the law would infer an evil intent. It could be a general malignant recklessness of the lives and safety of others. It could be a wicked or depraved spirit intent on doing wrong. It could be using firearms, shotgun in a blackout. blow somebody away.
Okay, I thought you
That
did
can be
really
malice, ladies
well.
and gentlemen, if that's what you
You know,
decide.
I don't know if you could say, "Oh, he was incredible." I thought he was really good. You know, like he did everything he needed to do. By the time he was done, if there was somebody on the jury just going, I don't know, something doesn't seem quite right, then he can't do any more. Those are lunatic people. I mean, this was so clear.
A forethought. Sounds like it has to be planned, and certainly planning would account for a forethought, but it can maybe conceived
Yeah, I
at the
always
very
need
moment,
your
a split
address.
second, or
I don't
in
store
conjunction with the
anybody's
act. So a
address.
forethought doesn't require planning for that malice to occur. All it has to do is exist in the moment, just a split second, or in the moment that the act occurs. So when that trigger is pulled, as long as there's that intentional doing of a wrongful act, intent to inflict an injury, that would be an evil intent, a malignant recklessness, which you can infer from the circumstances of the case, then that's all you need. And how do you do that? I said infer, because people don't always yell out what their intentions are. You have to infer it from the circumstances of the case itself. Look at the crime scene, look at what happened, look at the backstory, look at all the circumstances that come together, and you can infer malice from those. Last little bit of law school. Malice and drugs. Voluntary intoxication does not impair a person's ability to act with malice aforethought. That's a legal principle. If you voluntarily get intoxicated, it is not a defense to a crime, and it does not negate the malicious nature of that crime. If one voluntarily intoxicates themselves, they are just as responsible for their actions as when they are not intoxicated. And the judge, again, take what the law comes from the judge, but this is a legal principle that you will hear. Voluntary intoxication is not a defense to a crime. And why does the law say that? Well, you can't take whatever it is and deny responsibility for what you've done.
Well, the
under law.
timeline wasn't really confusing.
All right? Because we've already talked about it. And just for scheduling, I'm going to have to stop my argument so that we can all eat. And I'll give you all a chance to get away from this for a little bit. But I'm going to go ahead and go through some of this that we just talked about, but very quickly. Gathering storm in Alex's life. We talked about the family legacy. You heard how important that was to him and how important that was to this family and how it was in danger because of the boat case. The criminal charges as well as the civil charges. That legacy was in danger. And it was threatening also to expose him for who he really was, which would totally destroy his part of that legacy. Lose his career, lose his bar license, face consequences like he's never seen. He's also a successful lawyer and a part-time prosecutor. And as we go through and talk about the circumstances of this case and talk about the crime scene and the timeline and all the rest of it, think of it with that in mind. That this is an individual who is trained to understand how to put together cases, complex cases. He's been a prosecutor. He's done complex car wrecks. He understands the law. He's given closing arguments to juries before. So when you have a defendant like that, be thinking about whether or not this individual is constructing defenses and constructing alibis. We talked about his law practice. You've heard how lucrative it is. I had to struggle with him to get him to admit that he was wealthy, making more than $1 million a year. I'll let y'all decide whether or not that's wealthy, but he admitted ultimately that that was not uncommon for him to make that much money on top of stealing and borrowing on top of that. The important thing, though, to remember again, and I want to highlight this, is that they get, under the way that firm worked, they get their money at the end of the year. And then it's up to them to make it last. And that's the big problem that he had. That's why he had to get the Ferris fees. He can't, if he's out of money in May, he's not going to, unless he can borrow it or steal it, he's out of luck. And the hounds were at the gate. All right, we talked about this. He's got, you heard, I think Jeannie described him as having intentional chaos. We had the land deals. He's servicing this huge debt load. He constantly needs new money coming in.
Yeah, Bam Bam, what do you say? It just baffles me that you think the prosecution proved anything without a significant doubt. You sound like an absolute moron, okay? And no, that's not your real name, so don't worry if somebody calls you a moron with a name like Bam Bam, unless your parents watch the Flintstones a lot. Yeah, so the thing is you're an absolute idiot, and that's just the truth. There is no reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt is when you go, wow, okay, yeah. There is nothing reasonable in this case right now with doubt. Nothing. He is boxed in. He was there. He lied right when he got back, knowing exactly when the crime took place. He is the killer, and whether or not he'll get the guilty verdict or not, I don't know, but it'll definitely be at minimum a hung jury. All right, great.
And this has been going on for more than a decade, a constant hamster wheel.
Go try to sell your sort of intentional whatever the hell it is somewhere else, all right? Have a good one.
The stress and the pressure of that would be extreme because it's been going on for so long, always having to stay one step ahead of the game, always having to literally beg, borrow, or steal for over a decade.
And this isn't confirmation bias. When you listen to this and you're not paying attention, then I can see what you're saying. If you're paying attention and you don't see it, then there's something wrong with your brain. That's just, the truth is the truth. I'm sorry.
To have the truth from being exposed. That's been going on all that time. The big cases, his partners think he's straightened it out and paid off his debts, but he hadn't. He's getting paid millions of dollars, but he's stealing. On top of that, it's not enough to keep that hamster wheel going. So he borrows and he steals. The methods I mentioned, you got the PSP checks,
Anthony one,
you got the fake forge, you got fake business expenses, running the firm card.
Thanks, Stu.
And from his family and his law partners. Each one of these depends on him being able to sit down and look someone in the eye and convince them
the jury's stupid,
that what they're doing is right, when in reality that wasn't happening. And all those clients trusted him based on those.
Right.
And we sat there and went through that, and it may have been exhausting, and I apologize for that, but he couldn't tell you about one conversation that he had that stuck with him. That's how easily it came to him. Is that relevant to your consideration of what he had to say to you? That's for y'all to decide. Couldn't name one conversation. Just had that same answer that he had rehearsed.
Did you hear Gray? He was so mean to somebody who had a different opinion. No, here's the thing, though. What you typed in was idiotic, right? You typed in, oh, there's significant doubt. Wow, there's all kinds of doubt. That just means, what it means is that you weren't paying attention, okay? You didn't listen to it. You listened to it with an ear to find things that you want to have in your theory, and you didn't listen to the reality and the facts that were presented. I guarantee it. Guarantee it.
And didn't want to talk about any of those individuals who trusted him, as he looked you in the eye and asked you to do the same. Down at the bottom. It's not just the clients, too. It's his staff. They're doing the paperwork. They're filling all that out. He had to fast talk.
Oh, look at that. Unfortunately, I got tossed in prison right out of the gate by good old Kelsey. Thank you very much. I thought I was pretty nice. Kelsey and Connie now. Jesus. What in the hell's going on here? I was doing so well. Yeah, I was framed. There's definitely reasonable doubt that I shouldn't be in prison right now. Don't you agree? There's definitely reasonable doubt that I, Gray Hughes, should not be in prison as of right now. Hey, thanks, Mom. Is she 13? That'll get me a biscuit and a cup of coffee for sure. Definitely got that. Let me get the... Oh, shoot. There it is. Gotta put you in the spin. Oh, look at Colleen's keeping me in there with another prison bar. Yeah, Lillian, I got 2 people said you're so mean, and then that's it. And then there's also the prison bar up there.
Bail money.
Hey, Jen H, how's it going? Oh, and a honey bun? You know what I'm going to have to do? I'm going to have to put like a menu on the side over there. It'll be pretty funny. Hey, thanks, Doohickey. And WNC Granny. Thank you. All right. Well, thanks for getting me out of prison. I think I can maybe walk down the street and have a cheeseburger at McDonald's or something after getting the cab ride and a 1 room at a hotel. The nicest you've ever seen me? I know, it was absolutely nice. I thought so anyways. Didn't you? Oh, thank Nikki Zibs and Rhea Mazaron.
Honey bun.
And Mama She soap on a rope. Oh boy. Yeah, just the visualization of why that's needed makes me upset. And dream of a
Ramen
high.
and honey bun.
Oh, look at I got the ramen noodles and Pop-Tarts.
Chewbacca?
It's awesome.
Oh, I'll do Chewbacca.
All right.
if you want me
Thanks,
to.
everybody. Let me get out of here. Prison. I feel vindicated now. I had enough support out there. To get me out of prison. Reasonable doubt was met.
I think that's the nicest
Them as well.
Yeah, bail money, justice for Gray, soap on a rope, ramen noodles, and Pop-Tarts. All right, here, let's get back to this.
Alex's situation, I think, is akin to a Ponzi.
Hey, thanks, Mama. She's 13.
And a Ponzi's kind of like a pyramid scheme where it
Nice
depends
one.
on new money coming in to pay old investors. And it works. It'll work for a long time as long as you can keep that money coming in. But the second you can't, the second that you're out of options, it crashes and burns. That's how every Ponzi crashes and burns. And that's the situation fundamentally his finances were like. And that's the situation that was arriving in June of 2021.
Well, look up Jake D. Look up, like, that's why I keep saying, are you a family, or like a, family annihilator or something like that, whatever the term is. It's, that's exactly what they do. He was in a horrific, stressful situation financially, and that was what he decided to do. That's one of, I actually showed you guys, I think 2 days ago or yesterday, what it means. It's very common, financial problems, and the stress that was building up, and though they might be the cause or reason in his mind. I don't know what Maggie was doing really. I mean, she had the property, and maybe I think she was onto him. And there are rumors out there, so I don't know, but for certain, but that she had looked at a divorce attorney or something, and then maybe that would have led to looking up his financials, or maybe she hired somebody to look up his financials. Maybe it was. I don't really remember what the deal was, but I think Buster's sort of his alter ego, or him again, a clone of him, not alter ego. It's him. Timmy is. See, it's weird because Buster and Paul are. You can see both parts of him. Like when Paul is Timmy, that is Alec also. And then Buster is just like Alec. I think he's more like him. Hey, thank you, Connie E.
When he was at the scene with the victims minutes before they died and lied to everyone he would listen about. A gathering storm. The boat case, other factors that were arising, each one leading to that inevitable day of reckoning.
The gathering.
He had the trial lawyers conference
tonight
where he was
Netflix.
confronted. Mark Tinsley was confronted by Alec. Alec, of course, denied it. Everybody's lying on Alec. Alec's telling you the truth, even though everyone who knew him had no idea who he was. Everyone. No one knew who he really was. The people who came in here and said, we thought this about him, not a single person knew who he really was. That's how convincing he is. But he denies this confrontation. When Mark Tinsley was like, he bows up on Mark Tinsley. He's like, what you doing, man, about the boat case? And Mark says, you're going to have to pay money to the Beach family. Millions of dollars. Alec doesn't have that. He's barely one step ahead of the game in this thing. He doesn't have insurance coverage anymore, or at least not a big umbrella policy. And why? Because his insurance company dropped him after the Satterfield case. Insurance company thinks the money went to the Satterfield boys, but it didn't. They don't know that he's stolen it all, but they don't want to insure him anymore. So he doesn't have that to help him pay the Beach case.
He was talking really
So what's
fast.
the one hope he has? And that's the Ferris case. And it's tried, and we get a verdict in February of 2021, $792,000. And eventually, he tells Chris Wilson, I'm going to structure those, which is a lie, and gets the fees sent to him in March. And it's spent in 2 months.
Yeah, Chris Wilson said.
But the boat case isn't going away. Mark says, show us your books if you're telling me you're broke. think his testimony was, they said that he could probably cobble together $1 million, which I guess that's broke for him, but it wasn't enough. And so they refused, and that's what leads to the motion to compel. And there's been a lot of argument about, oh, is that going to be granted or not? Would the judge have granted it? What we do know is that Mark Tinsley said that's what he was seeking to do, and he was seeking to do it because he had been told by the defense
another one of his
that
errors.
he didn't have money. So he's like, prove it.
Right?
None of us believe that, knowing what we know about you in this community. Prove it.
Well, his law firm
Alec
already
can't
knew
have anybody
that.
painting his financial records.
Whenever you see it turn gray like that, I'm doing a screen grab somewhere else. I was getting these images that you're seeing at the upper right-hand corner.
Because it's all going to be apparent. That forged account is going to open right up.
I mean, his law firm already knew about his financial issues at that point.
Can't have that happen. It will all end. He'll lose his career. He will lose his livelihood.
It was the same day, right?
He will face investigations and
Oh
consequences.
wait, I guess that was
he's
before, but
he's been able to avoid.
I think his law firm was going to figure out the problem anyways, because they found it independently of Tinsley.
Avoid his entire life. But if he can just stay one step ahead, just 1 month longer, 1 day longer, then he's never going to have to face that accountability that he has to face. The hearing is scheduled for June 10th, 2021. And no one's here to argue to you that it's definitely going to be granted. All we're arguing to you is what the witnesses said they were intending to do. And as you've seen in court over the past 6 weeks, things happen and a process starts. And once that process starts, there's a conclusion to it. There's a conclusion to that. And then you heard from Tony Satterfield, who got up on the stand and talked about the fact that there was some coverage about this case as we move into the spring of 2021, and he hears from Alec, and Alec lies to him and says, yeah, we're hoping to get this case moving, and you saw the text message to that effect when the reality was that it had already been stolen. How's he going to pay that, ladies and gentlemen? That's millions of dollars. It's millions of dollars. And eventually, they're going to figure out that this money's already been paid. The insurance company thinks it's going in the right place. At some point, the question is going to get asked, and that alone is going to break everything apart. Ferris case, this is when his paralegal finds the expense check and not the fee check. And I've already told you this part of the story, and y'all heard the testimony, but it sets off that inquiry from the second juror. So now we have this on top of everything else that we're mentioning. This is like nothing he's ever experienced. He's always been able to stay one step ahead of the game. But after the boat case, his appetite's increased greatly. He started stealing millions of dollars, and now he's running out of options, and all these factors are converging. All they're converging. And they're converging on 1 week, 1 day. And that arrives. His father's in the hospital. There's a confrontation with Jeannie. Alec tells her, manages to ward off the conversation by saying Mr. Randolph is terminal. He, of course, denies that, so I guess Jeannie's lying on him, too. But that's what she says happened. He's working on the boat case. And then the tragedy happens. And it worked. It's not the only reason, but it's part of the reason. The pressures on this man were unbearable, and they were all reaching a crescendo the day his wife and son were murdered by him. All on that day. And in the wake of this, everything changes. People stop asking about these things. The community has changed like you would expect. People are concerned, they're scared, they're worried. And everything's changed. The backlash from the boat case has gone away, and all of that has changed. And that's why Mark Tinsley thought his case was over. This may seem like, really? But who would understand that better than him? This is exactly the kind of work he did. His skills as a lawyer were understanding the emotional value of a case, understanding the sympathies of a case. If you have a sympathetic plaintiff and an unsympathetic defendant, that is, in the civil world, that's a big case. But if those get reversed, if those change, if all of a sudden your defendant is more sympathetic, it changes it. It changes the entirety of what Mark Tinsley's position on this case was for the Beach family, that Alec was going to have to pay money. And that's what he told you from the stand. He said if Alec had been the victim of some unsuspect or some random vigilante, the entirety of the case has changed. And I'm not taking the same position. I'm not trying to demand that level of recovery. He gets a 750. Well, he gets 600 of it. Ultimately gets a 750 loan. He convinces Chris Wilson. That heads off to Ferris. That's pretty much the main thing he did after this, was to make sure he could get that money, enough of it to Chris Wilson, so that he would send an email to the law firm saying, hey, everything's cool, I got it. It's all good. And that's what the law firm thought. It's the main thing he did. In the wake of the murders of his wife and son, was he made sure to stay again one step ahead of the game, because he had more time now. He had time he didn't have on June 7th, but he had it now. And that's the first thing he did. It's the first thing he did. It's the main thing he did, was keep the hamster wheel going. I know it seems like a lot, but you have to consider the unique circumstances of this particular man. This particular man who has proven over and over again that he will do anything to keep that hamster wheel going and to avoid accountability. And he's been doing it for over 10 years. He just finally reached a point that he had never reached before. Of course, the hearing on the motion to compel gets canceled. Who would go forward with that in the wake of what's happened? That goes away. It doesn't. I think you heard from the testimony up there, it doesn't get rescheduled till long after everything crashes and burns in September. It doesn't even get rescheduled in the wake of this. They don't have to worry about that either, and the potential that had for exposing who he was. Because the second somebody looks at his accounts, the second his own partner, Danny Henderson, looks at his accounts in representing him and says, well, let me see him, he can't do that. He can't do that. He can't even show them to his own partner. Because what's going to happen? They're going to see it too. He can't let that happen, or everything falls apart. And he loses everything, including that legacy that you heard from individuals up there is so important to him, more important than anything. I'm not going to go through all of this, but this is the timeline. And you can see, and I'll let y'all look at that, but you can see how this develops, how this hamster wheel continues, how he always has to be one step ahead of the game. You know, we've talked about the Redbeard and the Zero United. Those are the land deals that went bad. They get charged off, but you have the Palmetto State Bank, still dealing with him. He then appoints Russell Lafitte a conservator and borrows up to $1 million from the Plowler girls' accounts without their knowledge. And then he has to steal money from the Badger case, where he's already making a huge amount of legal fees. He has to steal money from the Badger case to pay off the Plowler girls before they turn 18, and then there's an accounting for that. And then he opens up the Forge account, and it continues. $338,000 from Dion Martin. Johnny Bush, Manuel Sanders, and Richard, $225,000. He's maxing out $1 million line of credit. The only way to stay afloat is to beg, borrow, and steal. He's maxing out $1 million line of credit. He steals some more money, but he's right back to where he was. March of 2018, he's now maxed out not only $1 million line of credit, but also a $600,000 line of credit. A line of credit, almost like a credit card, maxed out. Then the boat crash happens, and look what happens to the figures. 3.7 million, 1.1 million, $1 million. And then you have the double homicide. This is some of the exhibits. This is, as you recall, there'll be the statements and they're in evidence showing the defendant's assets on June 7th, 2021, and the reds are his liabilities. That one's green, but it's negative. And then over here, that's where he was a couple months later. He borrowed $750,000 and still ended up $347,000 in the hole, which part of that had to cover. I think it was called the most generous overdraft policy ever conceived. Because, in fairness though, he did get a $5 overdraft charge right there. So, anyway. All right, what else do we have? Because we talked about a lot of things about the finances, and I know that there's been a lot of that, but it's really the only way to understand all the things that were affecting this middle-aged, outwardly successful professional man who had all these pressures upon him, like no one had ever seen. Well, we got the pills. He claims he's had a pill addiction for 20 years. But what does he say about that? He says it makes him paranoid. He says it makes him agitated. He says opiates give him energy. Use your common sense about that. But he also says, and he even said this in the telephone interview after the side of the road, that the withdrawals will make you do anything to get rid of them. That's common sense as well. We know how powerful opiates can be and how the addiction of opiates can be extremely powerful. The withdrawals, not being dope sick, can be extremely powerful. But he's also saying he's taking 1,000 milligrams a day. And he's trying to blame all his theft on that. But that's not what these records reflect. They reflect an insatiable desire for money and a hamster wheel that's been going on for a long time. And you don't really see the escalation from his drug dealer until March of 2021. I would ask you also, one of the tenets of juries is common sense. That's what you're here for, is for an individual and then a collective common sense. Common sense, 1,000 milligrams a day, does that sound survivable?
Thank you, Cadillac.
He sat there on that stand and told you that's what he was taking. And as we're going to go through this process, we're going to talk about what he said on the stand and how many times on the fly that he looked you in your eyes and didn't tell you the truth.
Didn't I tell you he was going to say that?
He's very good at it. His own partner said that. He's very, very good at it. Now, leave it to you to decide whether 1,000 milligrams a day is survivable with opiates. And if it was, that you could still engage in work, have a successful practice, and then on top of that, engage in these complex conspiracies to steal and fool everyone and live a life and have people outwardly think that you're, who you profess to be in public. If you were taking 1,000 milligrams a day, does that make common sense? I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, it doesn't. I have no doubt that he was taking opiate pills.
Yeah, let's go ahead and hit that like button, everybody, really quick. All right, 1, 2, 3, hit the like button.
I'm fired out of it now.
Hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button. 10, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. Hit that like button. 20, 30, 40. Do I hear 40, 45, 50, 50? Hit that like button.
30, sir. 25 to you're out. I'm 25.
Pretty easy.
30, now 5. I'm 35. I'm fired out of it now. 10.
But I think he looked you, and I would submit to you to decide whether or not he looked you in the eye.
He has a reason, Bam Bam. We've just gone over to 100,000
with whatever else we know about this man. It's really inconsistent with survivability as a matter of common sense.
You know, I don't understand you, Bam Bam. Did you watch any of the trial at all? Are you just here to try to take attention for yourself? You sound like a nut job. I'm just being honest.
He can never function at the level he's been functioning, keeping up with these pressures, staying one step ahead for over a decade.
And explain the reasons 1,000 times. I'm going to put you on timeout. When you come back, try to be a regular person. Right?
Just one other lie that I would submit to you as a lie that he's trying to get you to believe, to feel sympathetic for him, as if the dope was the cause of the money and the cause of his issues, when the reality is it wasn't. This has been going on for a long time, and the finances prove differently. But what else about this? You've seen the interviews.
You're right. I don't suffer fools like you,
but I'm not going to play them all for you again. You've watched them. But if you have any questions, go back and watch them. He talked about being paranoid. Listen, watch those interviews when he's with Dave Owen. He doesn't look like he's withdrawing from any drugs. His responses are appropriate. He's not in displaying any paranoia. He's smooth. He's focused on the events. He's focused on trying to get information about the case from law enforcement officers, which is interesting in its own right. Why is he so focused on that? And in Savannah, where supposedly he was detoxing, he sat down, as you've heard the testimony, with a composite sketch artist and went through the whole process to come out with this picture, which I swear is not me. How do you do that? How do you do that if you're on that much dope? So why did he tell you that, ladies and gentlemen? Why did he look you in the eye and tell you that as he sat there on that stand trying to explain what was going on? It's interesting also that in one of the interviews with law enforcement, there were 3 interviews, June 8th, June 10th, and August 11th, before we get to the side of the road, that he mentions that Paul was a little detective. That's very interesting for him to mention that, because you heard from Marion Proctor, Maggie's sister, that Maggie called Paul that, the little detective, specifically in reference to Paul paying attention and trying to keep Alec from taking pills. Why would he bring that up? That's an interesting thing to bring up.
Why does that make you feel doubtful, Dan? See, here's the thing: is there's these talking head types that are on YouTube, these lawyers and everybody, who they're usually defense attorneys, so they want to try to point it all out to make themselves more marketable instead of being on the side of the prosecution. That's it. Because if they don't see how devastating this all is, then I mean, I don't know, man. All I can say is I will have zero hope in humanity if it turns out where he's found not guilty. You know, remember that clown the other day that said, "Oh, the only just verdict is not guilty." I mean, it was unbelievable.
Because that was what that was in reference to. And what do we know? We know that in May, if we talk about all the pressures that are coming.
And apparently I'm insufferable, you guys. I'm so extreme that I'm intolerable. Okay? I had to look up. I know what it means, but I wanted to get the exact definition of it. Isn't that amazing that I'm so extreme that I'm insufferable? I think what it really is I don't suffer fools. I'll go with that term. You know, when you say insufferable, I'll say that I won't suffer the fools. So maybe that's how we'll use that definition. Now, even if he's found not guilty, he did kill his kids. All right, his kid and his wife. I mean. All right, here we go.
Coming upon him, all these financial things that we've talked about, this exhausting hamster wheel that's been going on forever, the need to beg, borrow, and steal, stay one step ahead, and he's running out.
Some idiot troll that showed up for about 3 seconds.
Have options there. On top of that, we know in May that Paul sends a text to him saying,
All right,
"Mom found some
American
pills. We need to talk. Mom found some pills, and we need to talk."
We're gonna need the troll wave, though. The troll wave.
Another pressure from Paul and Maggie on him. And if you look at the texts, the weekend of the ball game on June the 7th.
But they did prove it. That's the thing. They did prove it. See, circumstantial evidence is just as powerful. See, there's a subset of society that thinks direct evidence is somehow that's all you can have in a trial. And circumstantial, they always sort of mention it in some sort of negative way, like, oh, well, that's just circumstantial. No, circumstantial evidence is incredibly powerful, and sometimes, I mean, I actually think it's equally powerful as direct evidence. Like I said before, if you had a closed box with a hole in the front, and 2 people walked in with knives in their hand, and then one of them exits the building, and the other one's murdered, dead inside. He was killed by the other one. Well, you know without a doubt that that person killed him, even though it's not on video. You see what I'm saying? It's not on video, but hey, the insufferable wave. All right. Yeah.
And those are in evidence. Alec is not at the game. And he's texting back and forth, and Maggie's like, "Don't come if you feel bad." And he's like, "Well, I think I can get a late checkout." And then he's like, "At 1 o'clock, they made me leave." I submit to you, it's a reasonable inference they were on him.
Well, at least you tried, Tosh. It was a short
They were
wave.
watching him like a hawk. Opiates, the most powerful of withdrawals. And everything's coming to a head, including this as well. Run out of money, running out of options, doesn't get paid in any significant way until December, already stole the fares fees and spent that money in 2 months, has an expensive pill habit, and accountability and consequences will undo everything in his life, everything that is
Whoa, thank you, Cadillac. Wow.
his self-identity,
Cadillac,
everything,
Cadillac.
the only things that he cares about. He doesn't care about lying to his partners and his family and his friends and his clients if it will delay accountability for him.
That's all he ever does.
He'll do it in a heartbeat. And all of that
See, delaying accountability is the same thing as the Ponzi scheme or robbing Peter to pay Paul. At some point, it's all going to come crashing down, but you're putting off the inevitability of it all. That's exactly what he does.
It's about to be undone.
We have a good stopping point?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take 1 hour and 15 minutes for lunch. Please do not discuss
we won't. We won't be doing that.
All right. Hope everybody had a good lunch. Motive, means, opportunity, guilty acts. That's the basic way to determine identity. So let's talk a little bit now about means, the tools to commit the crime.
See, he brings up the thing that I bring up. Oh my God, it freaked me out again. It was so delayed. Yeah, he brings up what I've been bringing up a lot, is that Alec has knowledge of what it is to be a prosecutor and the things that are looked for, so he is in a unique position to muck up the crime scene. And he knows exactly what to do to make things look odd, like the two different types of guns. He actually brings that up, just like I've been saying for a long time. That is exactly what he was doing. But that's later.
Family weapons were used to commit this crime. And this is forensic evidence that was presented to you. First of all, we'll talk about the blackout. And you've heard testimony that there were 2 blackouts purchased in December of 16. And that one went missing around Halloween of 17, years prior to these murders. And that a replacement without a thermal scope was bought in April of 2018. 3 blackouts that the defendant purchased can only account for one of them. And it's this 3rd blackout, which is the one that's at issue. You heard from Paul's friend Will Loving.
Well, the only way his lawyers did a shitty job was by letting him testify. They should have tackled him.
And first of all, let me say this. You heard the defendant in his various statements, and he's very concerned about
Harpootlian sucked. Jim Griffin was pretty good.
saying that they didn't have a blackout. There was no blackout along with them, even though he slipped up once and said, yeah, we were out looking for hogs. And you heard from his law partners that do the same thing, saying, yeah, you can look for hogs in the daytime. Very, very concerned early on in his statements and saying they didn't have a blackout, they just had a .22 pistol. And he also said, eventually, he's like, well, I think I replaced it. Well, I guess I replaced it. I'm certain I replaced it if you listen to his various statements. Very vague and fuzzy about this third blackout. Until
you guys remember the British Open, John, what was his name? John, like, I think his name was John Vandevelde or something. At Carnoustie or whatever, I think that's the name of it, where he was 3 shots ahead going into the last hole, and all he had to do was sort of lay up down there and get, even though bogey wins him easy. And he pulls out his driver, and the announcer goes, somebody tackle him. That's the same thing. And then he ended up hitting a driver in a weird place, but he was safe. And then he hit another shot that went over the grandstands. You usually get a free drop, but what happened? It hit the grandstand, and then it bounced all the way back over a berm into this deep grass. See, this is exactly like Alex Murdaugh is Jean-Claude Vandevelde, I think is what his name was. And so then, his second shot goes over the berm. It's a waterway. But then it hit these grandstands, and then it flew back over the berm into this deep grass. And then he went over there and hit his third shot into the berm, because it was in this deep grass, and it landed in the deep berm. Then he goes into the water. He was going to maybe hit that shot. So he goes into the water, and he's like, oh, man, maybe I can get it out of here in my fourth. But then he thought better of it, so then he took a penalty 4, dropped 5, and then I think his 6th shot went onto the green, and then he made a 15-foot putt to get into a playoff, which he then lost. Okay, so that is Alex Murdaugh right there. Perfect example.
Paul's friends, both of whom testified, but Will Loving in particular. And what did Will Loving say? The defendant said the gun went missing around Christmas time.
Yeah, it's like the Blazers
2020.
last night.
23 Will Loving said, no, I was with Paul.
They lose by 15.
I was with Paul in turkey season, which is in the spring. I was with Paul in turkey season, and we sat out at the steps right outside the house that y'all went to today.
That's
right on that
Bob.
side entrance that
Barely
goes into the
seen
gun room. And if you look down, you can see how they were digging a pond and how you could fire down in that area. And they set up some targets to sight it in. And we were shooting that other gun. We were shooting that other gun, that replacement gun. And it had a red dot sight on it. Not a thermal scope, but a red dot.
Thanks, Stream of a High.
A red dot, which is not good at shooting at night. But they were shooting it and sighting it in with the red dot, the tan gun. He was with Paul while they were shooting that gun right there. And what did Jeff Croft, who testified before you, find right there? Weathered cases, or casings. Weathered cases, right where Will said he and Paul were shooting that gun just a couple months prior to the murders. S&B 147 grain blackout rounds. And those rounds and empty boxes, and the pictures are in evidence, and the rounds are in evidence, were found all over that property. S&B 147 grain blackout. There were full clips found, there were empty boxes found, and there were also cases found, S&B 147 grain blackout rounds found across the street at their shooting house. 2 separate locations on the property, but what's really important, again, goes back to what Will said. I was with Paul when we shot that replacement gun right there. Right there. And you heard forensic scientist Paul Greer testify that the 6 cases, items 2 through 7, the 6 cases found around Maggie that killed her were loaded into, extracted, and ejected through the same.
Hey, you guys, those of you who just got those free memberships, are you out there? Like Sue, you look like a pretty new account there. I wonder, are you around or?
Firearm that fired those weather cases right outside the door where y'all went to today and at the shooting range across the street. A family blackout killed Maggie. It was present just a couple months prior to the murders. It's gone now. A family weapon the defendant cannot account for killed Maggie. But what about the shotgun? The 12-gauge shotgun that was loaded with 1 federal double-aught buck and 1 dry-lock number 2 steel shot. Well, first of all, you heard that the 2 weapons that Paul often favored and often carried were this shotgun right here and the blackout. Those were his 2 guns, his favorite guns, aside from his deer rifle. The defendant had that gun with him when Daniel Green, the first deputy on scene, showed up. And shotguns, as you heard, are a little bit different than rifles. And the conclusion there was that the 2 fired shells that were inside the feed room that killed Paul had class characteristics similar with that Benelli, Super Black Eagle 3, but insufficient individual identifying marks
I was wondering about
to either
shotguns.
match or exclude it. That shotgun right there. But what else did you hear about the shotguns? Paul had this Benelli Super Black Eagle 3. That was his gun. Camo print, camo strap. Nolan Tootin, Nathan Tootin, Will Loving, Rogan, all identified that as Paul's gun. It's the one that Alec had. It's got Maggie's DNA and blood on the receiver. You heard from the DNA expert. And it was loaded with 12-gauge and a 16-gauge misloaded round. What else did you hear? You also heard about the Super Black Eagle 2. And you heard from Nolan and Nathan that this was Buster's gun. This is the Super Black Eagle 2. It had the Mojo sticker on it. And that was recovered during SLED's search of the residence the next day. But what else did you hear? You heard from Nathan and Nolan that the defendant's favorite gun was a Super Black Eagle 1. Remember Nathan going through each one of these guns and how knowledgeable he was as to the differences between them? SLED search, Moselle for every 12-gauge. No Super Black Eagle 1. Family weapons. Family weapons killed these victims. And on top of that, just like the S&B 147, well, not as much, but they're in evidence, federal double-aught buck and the Winchester dry-lock steel 2-shot rounds were recovered at various locations on the property. What does that mean? We talked about motive, means. The defendant had the means to commit these crimes. At the beginning of the case, I talked to you about some of the evidence that you would hear, and I held up my cell phone. And there's been a lot of that evidence, but the last witness you heard in the state's case in chief was Peter Rudolsky, and he went through that timeline. And what does it show? We're going motive, means, opportunity. Opportunity to commit the crime. And what does this timeline show? These are all the information, the various sources of information that were in this timeline. And let's look at what it shows. First thing right here is that the defendant arrived at Moselle at 6:42. Now, I'll say one thing. You've heard a lot of testimony about what he said about times. What time he got home, what time he went to the office, how long he was at Alameda. Certainly, people can have some variability in assessing that. But he almost never was right. Almost never was right. 6:42, he arrives at Moselle. Paul, according to his extraction, gets there about 7:04. And about 7:03, we see the defendant steps registering on his phone. And then, over the next 30 minutes or so, we see a symmetry, general symmetry between the steps between Paul's phone and Alex's phone, as he described, walking the property. At 7:39, we have creation of the Snapchat video that had the clothes on it. When that ultimately was recovered, and you saw the interview, it was shown to the defendant, who had provided his clothes that night. And at the first time, then, he started talking about changing his clothes, and we'll talk more about that. Again, 7:55 to 8:05, we have some symmetry with the steps. We have Paul Murdaugh's battery life, and you heard from the experts that have reviewed Paul's usage, that like many kids his age, he's constantly flirting with it being low. But that doesn't stop him from using it, and you see that in the evidence in this case as well. 7:56, again, that's when Paul sends the Snapchat to his friends. And then, at 8:08, we see Paul leave the kennel area at 8:06, and 8:08 make his way down to the residence. 8:05 to 8:09, around that time that Paul is getting there at 8:08, that's the last step activity on Alex's phone.
Nick?
And it's the last step activity until 9:02.
I don't know how you can
which
see
we'll talk
that
about in a minute. Alex phone.
I think what's sort of an ambiguous thing is what does reasonable doubt mean? Because you can always say it's possible that this happened, right? Well, is that reasonable, though? Is it really reasonable to think that some person that the dogs weren't barking at the kennels showed up just the moment that Alec happened to take off, and they just randomly showed up right then and killed both of them? And by the way, they didn't go up and kill him. They didn't go to the house to check to see if Alec was up at the house. Why didn't they go up there to do that? They just went down there to kill them only? Yeah, that's not reasonable, okay? Well, it's possible, Gray. How come you can't just say it's possible? I do say it's possible. It's just incredibly unlikely. I also say this sometimes, that it's possible that aliens did this. Now, we'd all believe that there's likely life on other planets, okay? Now, if that's true, if there was a species on another planet that perhaps was equally as evolved as us, 1,000,000 years ago, they may have developed a propulsion mechanism that would allow them to travel from many, many light years away and come to our planet here. And for some weird reason, it's possible that one of them jumped down there, one of the aliens actually landed on the ground and grabbed one of the guns and killed both of them. Or, used two different guns. Maybe two aliens, maybe that is the two-shooter theory. We had two aliens from Zeta Minor on the ground shooting. It's unbelievable. I know it's hard to believe, everybody, but it's possible. Okay, it is possible.
Pretty much goes with no activity for that time period. And also, he has no cell activity from 6:52 to 9:04.
Or dare I say, Graylians.
In that time period, we'll talk about in a little bit. So, eating dinner. You heard the defendant talk about eating dinner. Paul is at that residence, if you look right here, from 8:14 down to 8:35. And again, that timeline exhibit, there's a big one and then there's a condensed one. And all of this is in there in evidence for y'all to look at. He's at that residence from 8:14 to 8:35. Now, the defendant, again, despite having a photographic memory, a new photographic memory about things that he told y'all that people are hearing for the first time, still can't remember specific things about Maggie's activities, as to when Maggie arrived, as to what they talked about. He can remember dropping his phone down in the console, but he can't remember things like that. He wants to remember things that...
Maybe they were actually 4'6". I've heard a lot of those aliens are a little bit shorter. The Greys, ironically. They're very short. They got the big bulgy head with the almond-shaped eyes, of course. I think they've got 4 fingers or something, but they're usually about 4 foot something. So you just extend them out on that rod. Yeah.
Help him try to explain to you why he never told the truth about maybe the most important thing he could tell law enforcement. But he can remember very specific details. He still gets this wrong. But she arrives at 8:17 in Moselle. They're already there. How do we know that?
Oh, the unaccounted for 12. That was alien abduction, Shanna. That was the alien abduction. That's what the 12 minutes. It's an unknown thing. It's an area he doesn't know where he was. He doesn't know where he was.
Because her cell phone disconnects from her Mercedes at 8:17, and that's when she starts showing steps.
That'd be gross.
And Paul, what's he doing? He's still using his phone like always. We see the battery life, but he's still sending snaps, receiving snaps, bless you. He's sending to his friends, all these friends right here. He's receiving these snaps all during that time from 8:17 to 8:30, continuing to communicate with his friends, using his phone like always. And then what happens? About 8:30, Maggie's phone registers some steps.
That's
and
right.
consistent with that, consistent with her and Paul going down to the kennels, riding down to the kennels, we see Paul's Murdaugh phone start showing steps. And then down here at 8:38, he's in that kennel area where those dots are. And if you look at that particular slide from 8:38 to 8:44, that's going to be the last GPS reading on Paul's phone, 8:44. You heard from Rogan. And you heard from Rogan as it references this timeline. And Rogan
this is it right here.
Tells you, and told you from that witness stand, that he was having a conversation with Paul about cash and the dog's tail. They were having an active conversation about that. Paul calls Rogan at 8:40 and they're talking about it. And Rogan says, send me a FaceTime, but if it doesn't work, send me a video.
Thank you, Snarky Syndrome.
At 8:44, 4 minutes and 14 seconds, we have right here the FaceTime, but it only lasts 11 seconds. And then at 8:44:55, that's when the kennel video was recorded. It lasts 50 seconds. At the beginning of this investigation, as you'll recall the testimony, they didn't have Paul's password and couldn't get in. And you heard in the defendant's August 11th statement that when he was asked about Rogan saying he may have heard Alec on the phone during this time, he said, well, I'd be surprised if that were the case. Because law enforcement didn't have this kennel video. They didn't have this.
So that's interesting, isn't it? The law enforcement early on said, Rogan said he heard you in the background. But there was no proof of it at the time. So Alex said, man, I mean, that's not the time I have, you know. So there's no proof. And then eventually they got that proof. Yeah, what a liar. And so here's the thing is, why is he lying about that time? See, he for all those naysayers out there, you just got to look at this. He already lied about the time. He knew he'd been there in his own mind, right? Is there anybody out there that doesn't know that he knows he was at the kennel that night? Does anybody think he doesn't remember? Because now, remember that great memory he has now? How he got the chicken out of the mouth by pressing onto the jaw, and you know, you stick it, get the tooth in there, and you get a rub on the gums there, and it'll just drop it. Do you think there's anybody out there? Is there anybody out there that believes that he literally just didn't remember that night being there? And he even says later, no, he lied intentionally, right? Because he got nervous when all the law enforcement started showing up and they did the gunshot residue and everything like that. But the problem is he lied to the first cop there without any of these other things that he mentioned. So that means he already knew that that was a relevant time frame and added in the 45 minutes. And that means he's the only one. He is the killer, right? He was there. He knew how important that was.
This kennel video.
There's no other explanation for it.
When Paul's phone was finally unlocked. And that changed everything.
Yeah, and on the 911 call.
Why did it change everything? Opportunity.
But more
being at the scene of the crime when the murders occurred. Opportunity. And more importantly, exposing the defendant's lies about the most important thing he could have told law enforcement. When was the last time I saw my wife and child alive? Why in the world would an innocent, reasonable father and husband lie about that?
I mean, that's just right there, that's a boom. That right there is circumstantial evidence that is incredibly powerful. Oh, well, it doesn't have his hand on the gun, gee. Are you kidding me? He doesn't even remember that part, and he was there.
And lie about it so early. He didn't know that was there.
Oh, wow, Bam Bam. So he's an honest... Hey, everybody. Bam Bam thinks Alec is a really honest person because he said he lied. We know, Bam Bam. If you make another comment like that, you're not going to be back here because it's so devoid of all the other information. It's ridiculous. Alex said on the stand that he lied about being there. Yeah, that's right, because he was caught when the video was produced. All right? What do you mean, replay, please, Gray, what? What are you talking about?
And he could always say, well, Rogan must be mistaken. I'm surprised. Not if my times are right, was what he said. Rogan told you.
Yeah, and he also lied to the jury. Did you remember that part, Bam Bam? How he sat there and lied about the same incidents all the way through the cross-examination, and he lied, and then he got busted, and he was proven to have been lying to the jury the whole time. Did you miss that part, Bam Bam? I know, Bam Bam is a troll.
Expecting that
it's
video
not like
right
a legitimate
there. That was supposed to be the next thing that happened. Send me the video, because we were worried about Cash the dog's tail. He talked about how his girlfriend was going to call a veterinarian, or she had some association with one. There was an active conversation going on right then and right there.
Here, I got to fix
And what's going on still? Paul's still also texting his friends. You might recall that in opening statement, the defense counsel said, oh, he was texting after that video for 10 minutes. It's not for 10 minutes. It's for barely a minute. Down here, 8:48:58 to 8:49:01. That's the last time that Paul's phone was unlocked. And what do we know? We know that the defendant was there just minutes earlier at the scene of the crime with the victims. 8:49:01. Paul's phone locks. He never sends that video to Rogan. You heard Rogan say that when he watched that video. You heard him say, that's the video I was supposed to receive. That is the video that my friend was supposed to send to me. And he never did. In fact, Rogan responds at 8:49:35, and he says, see if you can get a good picture of it. Mary Ann, his girlfriend, wants to send it to a girl. We know that's a vet. Tell him to sit and stay, and he shouldn't move around too much. Even though this is an active conversation with Paul, who you heard from multiple friends, was one to respond and use his cell phone, Paul never reads it. Paul never reads it. What happens at 8:49:31? We're 8:49:01 for Paul, 8:49:31. Maggie.
But Lynette Burns, would you really want to drink out of a mug that had a picture of a snot running nose on it?
Reads Lynn's response to the group thread about Mr. Randolph, and then her phone locks forever. It was never unlocked again until it's recovered the next day.
Yeah, so that's right at the time, though.
Down here. 6:8.
Yeah, I do.
1:10.
Because people are just like that, Zosa. They like... You see it all the time. It's just like in the Delphi case. All these idiots out there that think that Richard Allen isn't the killer, has nothing to do with anything. They have their own mind on something, and they just want to be opposite of everybody else. Haven't you seen that? It's like... It's so common. It's ridiculous. There isn't a reason. You know, you can't really rationalize with them.
49 for both of them. The defendant, after hearing multiple individuals of his family and friends and law partners get on the stand and listen to that video and say, that's him on that video, got on the stand for the first time and said, okay, I was there. He was forced into doing what he does all the time, and that's coming up with a new lie when he's confronted with evidence he can no longer deny. And the only reason he did that is because all those witnesses at that witness stand said, yeah, that's him. He's there. Why would he lie about that, ladies and gentlemen?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the biggest reason, Dan, what you're saying there. Because when I talk to people and they go, oh, man, what a weak case, man. I always go, have you really watched all of it? And then you'll hear something, well, I watched a couple days of it. Well, okay, forget it, all right? Because if you watch a couple days of it, you don't understand the sort of context of the cross-examination that happened, right? So you always got these people that are out there with these really high opinions on something they really don't know much about. They're just kind of, willy-nilly just throwing out a comment. Oh, I think he's innocent,
Why would he even think to lie about that if he were an innocent man? Why would he even think about that? But he got on.
Let me rewind a little bit.
Down here. 6'8" and 110. 849 for both of them.
Thank you, classical disbarred.
The defendant, after hearing multiple individuals of his family and friends and law partners get on the stand and listen to that video and say, that's him on that video, got on the stand for the first...
I don't really want to know why he thinks it's Zozo. He's just somebody that wasn't thinking or working through the case. They just say what they want to say to be opposite of everybody else, okay? I guarantee the last comment that person made no sense. It was dumb.
First time.
So they're not welcome.
Okay,
people like that. If you want to really have a rational conversation,
forced
go ahead.
Into doing what he does all the time, and that's coming up with a new lie when he's confronted with evidence he can no longer deny. And the only reason he did that is because all those witnesses at that witness stand said, yeah, that's him.
Classical good talk.
He's there. Why would he lie about that, ladies and gentlemen?
All right, you guys, we're going to need to get you guys to hit that like button. We're at 788 viewers and only 370 likes, so until we get to about 450, we're not going to continue. All right? Did you hear, Gray? He held the show hostage until he got enough likes. Well, how about just be polite when you go into a person that's been doing a live stream and recorded all day, spent the entire day recording, and then edited the whole damn thing, and then actually looked up a whole nother case. Isn't that just kind of polite when you come in there and you just kind of hit the like button for him? Doesn't that make sense? All right.
I'm fired out of it now, 10 down,
Hit the like
15,
button, hit the like button, hit the like button, 10, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, hit that like button, 10, 20, 25, 30, 40, 45, 50, 50, 50.
You want to put 30, sir?
Oh, yeah.
Well,
we're only at 414, so we're going to definitely have a pause, okay? We're only at 414. We need to get to 450. You just simply take your thumb, if you have one. If you don't have a thumb, just use your nose, or your tongue can even work sometimes, I think. Or, if you don't have forearms or whatever, just use your elbow. It's pretty easy. You just kind of swipe it down there, and boom, you got it. We're at 433. It's still sitting there. Guess we're just not going to move on. Thank you, Mag. Yeah, I've done the please part of it, before. Like, hey, would everybody please hit that like button? And they just go, yeah, I'm too busy. I got to do something else. All right, we're at 445. Come on, we got 5 more to go. It's gonna be pretty easy. 446. Come on, I know you can do it. Come on. 448. All right. Keep going. 449. Did you hear what I said? Okay, there we go. Wait, where is that one?
Did you hear what I said?
There we go. Boom.
Thumbs up. Thumbs up.
Why would he even think to lie about that if he were an innocent man? Why would he even think about that? But he got on the stand and he told you a story, and we're going to talk more about that story in a minute. But his story was that he didn't want to go down there, and then he went down there, and he went down there really quick and got carried the chicken and went straight back, and he can't remember anything about what he talked about with Maggie. He can't remember the conversation at dinner, but he's dadgum sure about the fact that he went down there and went straight back. But even if you give him the benefit of the doubt, his story doesn't make sense. Because that kennel video is 50 seconds. It's over at 8:45. Even if you give him the benefit of the doubt that he can take care of the chicken and maybe the fastest dog and chicken chase ever, and put that chicken up and
see, we've said this whole thing too. Like, there's so many things that he's bringing.
Not say a word to Maggie and Paul and get on that golf cart and drive all the way back to the house. Where does that put you? Put you right at 8:49. At which point he claims he went inside and he managed to doze for a second. Then he's up at 9:02, perhaps the quickest nap ever. It doesn't make sense, ladies and gentlemen.
It's almost like he was listening to the show.
Fit facts he can no longer deny. From a person who,
quickest nap in the world.
Not a single person who was close to him knew who he really was. Not a single person close to him hadn't been lied to by this man. And I would submit to you that this one is the most blatant one yet. We'll talk more about that in a second.
I don't know, Holly G. I always have to switch it too.
What happened at 8:49? Y'all been to the scene. That feed room door is probably a bit tighter than this. But you saw the evidence from Kenny Kinsey and all the rest of them that clearly Paul is in the middle of that feed room. It's a kill zone. Nobody in there with him. He's in that room. No defensive wounds at all. His hands are down. And he takes that shot, buckshot to the chest. And any person who did that would probably think that took care of business because this buckshot, but for some reason he was canted this way and it went through. It was a 1,000,001 shot. But it didn't kill him. Alec thought of it. Alec, the lawyer, Alec, the prosecutor, Alec is thinking through that we'll see he's manufacturing an alibi, and he's also manufacturing the fact that there's 2 guns used. But we know, unlike the expert they called from Connecticut, where they can't even get ARs, who doesn't know about people riding around on property, he doesn't know about Paul and the 2 guns he likes to use, he doesn't know about this family and how common those guns are together. Says, well, his only conclusion is, oh, it would be practical for somebody just to fire out a clip. But this is him, this is Alec, the prosecutor, the lawyer, and he's thinking through this. He's thought through this. He's going to use 2 guns.
Oh, yeah, that would have been pretty funny if he'd said, oh, yeah. I went home, I took a power nap, and then I was sleepwalking, so I really don't know what I was doing. Yeah, that makes sense, Ozo. And somebody else mentioned it up there, too.
Because it's going to confuse people that perhaps there were 2 shooters. But again, it doesn't make sense. 2 family weapons? But he thinks Paul's shot. And you heard the testimony that Paul appears.
Now, I'm wondering, see, this is what I'm wondering if he does watch people, because what he's about to say here is directly from the girl who made the animation.
In the feed room doorway. Is Alex putting down that shotgun to pick up the blackout and is startled by Paul? And that's why the angle's like that? And catches Paul like that? And goes up into the ceiling, as you've heard the testimony from Kinsey. And blows his brains out. And what happens with Maggie right here? We see activity on Maggie's phone. You heard about
What are you saying no about, Plato? Oh,
you heard from Kenny Kinsey about the mark on her leg from the Polaris over there?
Well, you do get to see. I mean, look at the top screen. Those are all shots from when they went to the scene.
By the overhang next to the feed room. You've seen the diagrams and the crime scene photos that all those cases are in that area between the doorway to the feed room and where Maggie was found. You heard that Maggie had no defensive wounds. You also heard Paul and Sibling from that first shot, a close range shot, with no indication that he detected a threat from the person who fired that weapon. And why? Because it was him. Same with Maggie, because Maggie sees what happens and she comes running over there, running to her baby. Probably the last thing on her mind, thinking that it was him who had done this, she's running to her baby while he's picked up the blackout and opens fire at close range, again with no defensive wounds. And she takes those 2 shots that you heard Dr. Reamer say were parallel, and it crumples her over. In those cases, you can see them move around. And takes that shot that goes through here, and she goes down flat. And then there's the shot in the back of the head.
I think you got to admit, it would be funny as hell to make a video where you have Alec, walking up, driving up, getting out of his car. Then you show him get into the house and quickly jump on the couch. Then he gets up later and starts doing jumping jacks, calisthenics and everything to get his steps in. And then you get back. I don't know. It'd be pretty funny. I could do it. It'd be funny the way I do it. I'd probably play the clown, this music.
Malice?
With it at the same time.
Is that malice, ladies and gentlemen? Is that malice to do that? Is that intentional harm to another with a bad intent, with an evil intent to do those things? Clearly, I submit to you. Clearly, it's malicious.
And act out how quickly he took the chicken out of the mouth.
Clearly, it's malicious.
Jump back in the
running to her baby.
Cart.
Heard that shot and was running to her baby.
Or Polaris, whatever.
When she got mowed down by the only person that we have conclusive proof was at that scene just minutes before, and who lied about that very fact until he could no longer do it to you last week. Alec told you he went down there in the golf cart. We'll talk about this a little bit, but they had their expert come up here with the 5'2" people and all the rest of it. Be sitting in the golf cart. He comes up in the golf cart.
And then what you do is you play the Bionic Man sound effects,
But what we don't see,
he's so
as I said
fast
before, is any activity on his phone until 9:02. That the crime occurred around 8:49 to 8:53. Down there at the feed room, State's Exhibit 516. It's just a diagram, remember, that Roger Dale Davis did about kennels and the hose there and how it wasn't put up the way he would put it up. If you're going to wash off real quick, what better place to do it? The water, the pictures of the water in states 199 and 190. It wouldn't take long to strip down and wash yourself off. Get in that cart and head back to the house. And then at 9:02, the defendant over there, he wouldn't even admit until forced to that he was even at the scene. All of a sudden, he is as busy as he has ever been. 9:02 to 9:06, 283 steps. 9:03, we see the system start up on the car, and that could mean that he's close by the car. Has he returned with Maggie's phone and placed it in that car? And then what do we see from 9:02 to 9:06? Not only is he 283 steps in that 4-minute period, but he is making calls like crazy. And I asked him, I said, what were you doing? What were you doing? And even though he has a photographic memory about things that he thinks will convince you, he could not answer what he's doing during this 4-minute period that is so illustrating of what we're talking about here. That for 4 minutes, he is not only going 283 steps. This is a defense exhibit, defense 156. 283 steps, and they put in the distance. We heard the distance isn't as accurate.
What are you talking about?
It illustrates the point.
This.
That's 208 meters.
It's the phone.
Meter, roughly is a yard, a little bit more, a little bit less. I don't remember.
I got Apple phones record steps, right? If you have, I don't know if you have to have an app.
But let's say it's 600 feet. It's a lot. And he couldn't remember what he was doing. I asked him, you been on a treadmill? Were you doing jumping jacks? What were you doing? At the same time, you're calling all these phones. Why is he calling multiple times? We can see right here. He calls Maggie. He calls Randolph. He calls Maggie again. All of that 4-minute period where he's moving around. But he couldn't remember what he was doing. Just getting ready. Is the prosecutor, the lawyer, manufacturing his alibi? Because he knows he's got to get to Alameda quick. He's got to compress those timelines, and that's exactly why he knew to lie about being at the kennels to start with. He's got to compress those timelines so that it would convince.
But miraculously, the television was on right when he got home, making certain he couldn't hear the shots.
Whoever down the road that he couldn't have done it. He's got to compress it.
He didn't bring
and that's why he's doing all that right then and there. System startup, 9:05:56 in the Suburban. And then, this is interesting, Maggie's phone has that orientation change to portrait 2 seconds before Alex's second call goes in to her phone. If it's some random vigilante who knew to hide out there.
See, basically what he's doing is he's going like this. I think he's probably sitting there with the phone, I guess, and just kind of going like this. He's going. And then he dials. So he picks it up, it records orientation change, and then he dials the number. It's almost absolutely the same timing. You go like this. Or you could even start dialing, grab it, and then when it gets connected, boom, it's just right there. It's so perfect for that.
And counted on Family Guns being there. Did he have ESP? Did he have ESP to move that? Or was that Alec turning the phone as he got to the Suburban, checking as he manufactured his alibi?
Amy and Todd stated
that it was coming through. And we saw how quickly out of the gate when law enforcement arrived and in his first interview, how he's immediately referring to his phone. And besides that, you've heard about Alec, you heard from witnesses. He went down to the kennels, but he didn't take his phone. Is that also the lawyer and the prosecutor making sure his phone was not with him?
Yes, that's exactly what that is.
When he went down there, you heard testimony it would be unusual for him not to take that phone down to the kennels.
That's because the trees are too high, Alley Kohler. They got much higher. And it's garbage, okay?
And then he gets underway. This call right here too. All those calls, all those steps, when his phone finally goes active, just minutes after he was at the scene with the victims and he lied about it and he's so busy. But let's take him at his word again. Why in the world, if he's calling her so much?
And I have to tell you, I don't care about the sound at the house. Okay, the gunshot sound. It's not even something I give a damn about at all in this case. We should have been able to hear it. Has nothing to do with it. The timeline places him there. And then you also got I think one of the main things is, he does bring this up later, and I was saying the same thing, was that, here he is, he can't get a hold of his wife 2 or 3 times, and instead of just making a casual drive-by to say, hey, everybody, I'm heading over to Alameda, he just takes off, right? I mean, what are the odds of something like that? People don't do that type of thing. And then he comes home, and again, after not hearing from them, knowing that he hadn't seen him at the The last time you saw him was at the kennel and he didn't respond. You think he would have just driven in that way and just sort of did a quick drive-by to see if they, something happened. And instead he goes back up to the house again. It's totally nonsensical.
If he's so busy and so concerned to call her as many times as that in a 4-minute period, why would he not just drive by the kennels? Why would he not just drive down there? Just say, hey,
there he goes. He says it.
Hey, Max, I'm going to Alameda. What you guys doing? Hey, Paul, you want to go? Why is he so busy and making so many calls but doesn't drive the less than a minute down there to see what they're up to? Why would he not do that? And you've heard testimony from Marion, you even heard it from the defendant's own mouth about whether or not Maggie was going to go with him to Alameda, that Alec had actually asked her to come home that night, which he denies, and said in his statement that he found out later that that was the case. But you saw the text from Blanca, and you heard from Marion that Alec wanted Maggie to come home that night. Make sure of it. Malice? With all of that, why would he not just turn and drive down there? He was just there in a golf cart. Why would he not drive down there? Why is he so anxious to have missed calls with her, and he was just there and not drive down there? About the same general time period.
Andy says in the car, when they're interviewing him in the car, he says it was odd, but not that alarming. Well, it was odd, right? So why wouldn't you have just drove by there to check?
Lied to until he tried to tell you what he told you from the stand last week. Right here, Suburban connects to the Alex's iPhone. He calls Maggie at 9:06:52, and he's getting in the Suburban right at that time. Maggie's backlight goes off from 9:07 to 9:31, and you've heard the testimony from the various experts about the backlight. And then he leaves Moselle Road at 9:07:06. All this is fitting together. He's on the move at 9:08:36. He's right here doing 42 miles an hour, and there's Maggie's phone location. And at 9:08:42, he's just passing. And at 9:08:58, just 20 seconds after he's almost at that location, he texts Maggie's phone and says, going to check on him, be right back.
How come some people say, you hear him say, he stopped and slowed down, he stopped for a moment, for a minute or so, and then threw the phone out? I haven't ever heard that testimony.
That text was unread.
Don't need it.
Now, there's been a lot of discussion from all the experts about the backlight issue. And every single one of them said that there's a lot of variables about that light coming on. Every single one of them said it's not going to record an orientation change unless that light is on.
That's right. They
And
always
you heard
say.
from each one of the experts.
But they always minimize the argument level, though, Dan. They always say stuff like, yeah, we got in a small argument before she left. Really? Okay. What's the reality?
About those variables and about the fact that there's no guarantee that it's going to come on or not come on. And you heard from Paul McManigal about that issue. And they cross-examined him about that and all the rest of it, but it's just a common sense determination about how iPhones work, about how they work. That raised awake feature is set for somebody lifting it up in the normal course. It is not set to respond necessarily to violent motion like flipping it. And every single expert testified to that. Every single one of them did. And then, besides that, you'd have to accept the fact that Alec is driving by just moments prior to that time. All of these circumstances would have to go the other way of the reasonable inferences in this case. Paul McManigal got up there and testified as to these issues, and as to the fact that there's no guarantee, in fact, more likely than not, that if the phone is violently thrown or flipped or frisbeed or whatever, it's not going to light up. And that's consistent with what every other expert said. 9:07 to 9:22. The defendant's on the way to Alameda, and you heard testimony from Mr. Rudofsky about this, from Agent Rudofsky. He's hitting 74 miles an hour at night on that particular route. What's he in a hurry about? That's faster than he drove to work. Why is he in a hurry? Because he knows he has to compress that timeline. And then along the way, he's manufacturing the alibi by making these short calls. 60 seconds. He calls Chris Wilson. He calls John Marvin. Chris Wilson calls him back. He's on the phone the entire way. Does he say to any of them, hey, I can't get Maggie on the phone? Say anything like that? They're very short. He doesn't talk about much. And then we get down here at 9:20, there's a 131-second call, which means that call is over at 9:22:45, and that's also when we see the vehicle go into park. That's when we have the arrival at Alameda as well. And you heard from defense witnesses that, well, people would park around back right there. Okay, it's also, though, near these structures. There's that line right there. But what do we see? From 9:22 to 9:32, we've got 195 steps taken. We have him calling Alex Murdaugh, which would be calling the house 2 minutes later. And then from there, we have at 9:31 and 9:32, we have system startups on the Suburban, which you've heard from the experts could be from having that remote key in your pocket and walking near the car. 9:22 to 9:32 is the steps. And 9:31, you've got 2 system startups. And what did you hear from Shelley? That he called, but it still took a number of minutes before he came in. And that's about 6 minutes right there. Meanwhile, what's he so busy right there at Alameda? Meanwhile, Rogan is trying to call his friend to no avail. He tries to message Maggie. Tell Paul to call me.
Thank you, American lady.
Neither one of them can respond.
Let's see. Maggie's bike set up for prop at house today. Yeah, I saw it. It's up on the screen up above. Yep. Yeah, I think it was just to make it look sort of like homey, like, wow, it's such a great place. There's no way in hell he would have done this. I mean, look, they had her bike sitting up and everything.
Still a busy guy at Alameda. 9:35 and 9:45, we've got 60 steps. We also got another at 9:36, around the beginning of that time period, another hit on the system startup. 9:36 to 9:41. Down here, about a 5-minute period, we got another hit. And then at 9:43:05, the Suburban moves that part. He's not there very long. And he's moving around a lot, and he's sitting off that car while he's at Alameda. He told law enforcement multiple stories about his trip there. You heard Ms. Shelley Smith talk about that. You heard her talk about him trying to tell her how long he had been there. He says he was just trying to tell her the truth, but that's not how she felt. And Blanca didn't feel the same way when he tried to talk to her about what he was wearing that night. Both of these being people that's worked for that family for a long time. But he's a busy guy during all of this. Leaving Alameda, we have the pause. 9:44, no seconds to 9:44 and 54 seconds. And that's during the time period that Ella calls that phone of Maggie's again.
Thank God.
This is the time period where he remembered, because I asked him on cross, and he remembered very specifically about his phone falling down on the console and that whole story. Is that true, ladies and gentlemen? Or is he coming up with some details on the fly when he can't remember more important things, like what was the last conversation you had with your wife and child when you jetted down to the kennels and back? What did y'all talk about at dinner? What were you doing from 9:02 to 9:06? Those are questions he doesn't want to answer.
What's weird is why didn't Alex should have just invented something that he talked about. You know, but he was probably nervous that if you provide details in there, just like he did about the getting the lights from the sheriff, and the sheriff came in and said, no, we didn't give him the lights. So he lied there. He just lies. That's just what he does. He's a lot like a YouTuber that's out there that used to cover the Delphi case. Very similar.
But would a reasonable person remember those things? Would they not replay in their mind every day the last conversations that they had? Why would he remember that console story? Because he lies convincingly and
Thank you.
easily, and he can do it at the drop of the hat. You've heard testimony about that. He's been doing it to all the people who trust him for years. And he did it to y'all. He's manufacturing an alibi. He's smart. He's a good lawyer. His family has a history of prosecution. He understands these issues. That's why this case is a case that had to be figured out this particular way, because he knows what to do to try to prevent evidence from being gathered. And if you listen to his statements again and listen to the questions he asks, he's asking questions like that. He's trying to figure out, what do the police have? What do they know? He's a prosecutor trying to manufacture his alibi, and we see this again. He calls Paul. He sends a text, call me, babe. Of course, none of that's read or responded to. And then, at 9:52:15, he calls Chris Wilson, call me if you up. Call me if you up. And Chris calls back, and they chat for about 2 minutes, including the connection time. 2 minutes. And what does Chris Wilson say? Well, he says it was a normal conversation. Well, of course it is with this guy. He's convincing. But what does Chris say? The only thing that they talked about was Chris bringing up some case. And then Alex was like, hey, I gotta go. I'm at Alameda. Did Alex say, hey, I'm trying to get home, I can't get Maggie on the phone, I've called her like 6 times, Paul won't answer either? Did Alex say, he said, call me if you up. Did Chris say that Alex said, I gotta ask you a question or let's talk about this? No, Chris brought up some case, and it was mundane. It was mundane. It's manufacturing an alibi. He's calling anybody who will answer the phone for these short conversations, and it's one of the first things out of his mouth in the first interview. Look at my phone. I called this person, I called this person, I called this person, I called this person. He's manufacturing this alibi. Also, throughout all of this relevant time period, you see from the Dillon Hightower extraction, you'll see that over and over again, all these call logs that are deleted from the extraction. They're deleted, which occurred on June 10th. What's up with that? On the way back, these are defense exhibits 141 and 142. Rolling pretty heavy at 75 to get there. And I'm sure the defense will point out that 80 miles an hour was a peak. Still running pretty good there. What's he in a hurry about in the dark? Doing 80 miles an hour. At 9:51:42, rolling 80 when he texts Chris, call me if you're up. His peak speed when he's texting me. 10:01, he arrives at Alameda, and this is going to be important. Rogan, of course, is trying to call Paul, and he texts Paul, yo, which is unread, but hits Paul's phone. And then he gets to, says Alameda, sorry about that, that's obviously back in Moselle. He gets there, he's shifting in and out of park from 2200, which is 10 o'clock, to 10:01:43. He's calling.
Yeah, this right here is supposed to say Moselle right there.
He's calling Maggie at 10:03:58. And then at 10:05:06, he leaves for the kennels. At 10:05:57, he arrives at the kennels about a minute later. Make it a minute in a Suburban. How long is it going to take in a golf cart? 10:05:57, he arrives at the kennels. And 10:06:14 is the 911 call. Now there's a lot of back and forth with him about that, but in his statements, with what he told his law partners, they went in great detail over about his activities that night, including lying to them about ever going to the kennels. He was very clear that he got out of the car and went and checked Paul and Maggie. One time he said to see if they're breathing, another time to say to check a pulse. You've seen the horrific injuries they'd suffered. 19 seconds. Is that enough time for a surprised human being to come across that scene, process what they were seeing? Get out of the car. Go over there. Check both those bodies and then call 911. He's changed the story now yet again because he's confronted with this evidence. The reason why it's so quick is because he knew exactly what scene he was going to find. During that 911 call, and you can hear it on the 911 call, he leaves for the residence from 10:11 to 10:14, and you can see the map points on there. And those are the speeds on the Suburban on those trips. Took just under a minute, doing 35 and 30 miles an hour. So think about that when you go back to his story about a casual trip down to the kennels in the golf cart, and you look at his times that he's trying to convince you of. 10:17, he gets off the 911 call. He calls Randy. He calls Randy again. He calls John Marvin. And then we see at 10:20 and 8 seconds, Paul's phone reflect that auto lock thing that could be, as you heard from the testimony, it not recognizing a face. And this is interesting. As we'll see over the next few slides, he spends a whole lot of time trying to call Rogan Gibson. He told you, oh, well, he's a good boy, he lives down the street, he lives close by. He's calling Rogan
Cadillac.
before he calls many of his family. Before he calls Buster. Calling Rogan multiple times. And those texts would have come in on Paul's phone.
Yeah, what does that have to do with anything, Iris?
What's he so concerned about? He said he turned Paul over and his cell phone popped out. This is a sealed exhibit, I'm not going to name it. Popped out. Manufacturing an alibi, concerned about the evidence. Worried about what Rogan may have known or may have heard. I'll put it down. Can I have this back, please? I'm sorry, Mr. Thank you, Mr. There. 10:24. iMessages, call me, 10:25. 10:29. 10:25, the first deputy's on scene. 10:29, calling Randy. 10:30, Rogan again. And then finally at 10:34 is when Paul's phone powers on. Opportunity. Motive, means, and opportunity. I've already kind of talked about these, so I'm not going to belabor the point, but you heard from Blanca Simpson. Blanca Simpson said he was wearing like a polo shirt when he left. He was wearing this shirt in the Vinnie Vine. She recognized both of those. He, of course, turned over the T-shirt that he was wearing when law enforcement arrived. And then you heard Blanca say he later tried to convince her that he was wearing a Vinnie Vine shirt. 3 shirts in one day, and a 4th one he tried to get Blanca to say. And you heard her testimony. She felt very uncomfortable about that. Multiple changes of shoes in the day. He wouldn't be wearing those shoes if he were out riding the property. I've already mentioned the text from Maggie that Alec wants me to come home, but he can't even be clear about that point because that doesn't fit with his narrative. Marion Proctor says the same thing, but he can't admit that because that doesn't fit with his narrative. She was surprised that Maggie didn't go along with Alameda.
Georgina.
And then she said, Alec made an interesting comment, one of many, some of which came from that stand that we'll talk about in a little bit. Whoever did this thought about it for a really long time. Why would he say that?
That's the poll. Somebody said, Gray, make a poll. So there's the poll. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Because he told you that it was just random vigilantes from the boat case, of which there is no evidence whatsoever that you've seen in this record. Trials depend on evidence. There has to be evidence to make a decision. And his claims trying to manufacture something about the Babe case, there's been no evidence whatsoever of any specific other individual. There has to be evidence to consider, not just mere allegations that have no basis in any sort of evidence. Whoever did this thought about it for a really long time. I think if you think about the defendant's statements and some of the things he says, a lot of times he says things in one context, but he means them in another. When he says things like, I hurt the ones I love the most.
Somebody above said, Gray, make a poll. So I made a poll. Yeah.
We talked about Shelley. After Randolph's funeral, he shows up early. She might have said Wednesday, but there was other information that Randolph's funeral was on Monday. But anyway, shows up in something blue, shows up early,
Well,
wants
you
to come
didn't
in,
say that,
goes to vehicles.
so Suyan. You just
And then there's
put
that raincoat,
type of poll.
huge raincoat. She calls it a tarp, but it's a huge raincoat. And it's got a ton of GSR on the inside. And it's found in a closet upstairs.
Thanks, crime freak.
States 411. He was a busy guy in Alameda, as we just saw. He was moving around, kept hitting off of his Suburban. And then, of course, as you heard, he was with family for the next few days. After the funeral, he's back. And it was weird enough and interesting enough that Shelley said something about it. I'm also saying that in her experience, it was unusual for him to come that way. Then we have the defendant and his many statements. Went through a lot with the defendant who told you that the reason why he was telling you this new story was because he was paranoid because he had a bag of pills in his pocket, because he had a distrust of SLED, because David Owen asked him about his relationship with Maggie. And his law partners told him that he should have an attorney present, which one isn't here, one of his law partners sitting in the back.
And the poll question I just asked is, do you actually think he's innocent? Not that he'll be found not guilty. Do you think he's innocent? I mean, I think if you think he's innocent, you're a lunatic, okay? But I could see you thinking he'll be found not guilty by other lunatics that are on the jury.
I do this.
I understand. I totally understand. So you don't have any problem with it.
I asked him repeatedly, is this the point where you decided to lie? Which point did you decide to lie?
No, it doesn't.
You have to do
It
this.
doesn't. EI
I did
rule.
that twice.
People on social media tend to be just contrarian for the sake of being it. They just love it. They don't care about the
Or was it
facts.
this point?
They just
When he
say
first
it.
says, I was at the house.
I was at the house.
Or was this the point?
Oh, we got a bunch
He
of
said he mentioned
30
specifically,
brain dead
and he kept
people
adding
in there.
factors. And one of the things was, well, Dave Owen asked me how my relationship was. This question? This is when he decided to lie?
So about yours and Maggie's?
Wonderful. I mean, I'm sure we had little things here and there, but we had a wonderful marriage, wonderful relationship.
He digs in on the point.
What did you do today? Were you at the office or?
No, I was home. I came home, followed down, messed around. I was up at the house. I laid down, took a nap on the couch, probably, I don't know, 25, 30 minutes. I got up, I called Maggie, didn't get an answer, and I left to go to my mom's. She'd said,
This is June 8th at 1:21 in the morning. And he's admitted to you that he's lying right there. Look how easily he did it.
Except he lied to you.
About such a crucial thing.
He admits to lying, but he lied to the jury about why he lied.
and she's very good about
then.
answering the phone, so that was odd, or calling me back. So that was odd, but it wasn't that big a deal.
It was odd, but not that big a deal. But again, he's enough to say it was odd. He's enough to make all those calls while he's doing 283 steps, but he doesn't drive 50 seconds down to the kennels. Going to the next interview. Again, what's the tone of this interview? How is he being treated?
Pretty traumatic.
That's okay.
Yeah,
I know
so,
you
yeah.
need to ask me. You ask me what you need to do.
So,
Is that an aggressive interview?
Oh yeah.
Is that something that makes somebody paranoid?
Oh yeah. It's really.
I'm a defendant in a civil case involving my son. I told you about the boat wreck.
Yes, sir.
And there were some motions coming up in that on Thursday, and I was mostly just getting ready for those things, and then other junk.
Mentions the boat case.
Paul left.
And I'm assuming, I'm assuming Paul left
Okay.
because of,
Gotcha.
what happened. I mean, I'm assuming Paul
Yeah.
went to the kennels.
Okay. And
Yeah.
what did you do once Maggie and Paul left?
I actually don't care what people think outside the U.S. about. We have a different gun laws and everything over here, and I really just don't care what people outside the U.S. have to say about them having a lot of guns. A lot of people live in rural towns and areas like that have lots of guns. They like to go hunting and do tons of different things with them. So.
I stayed in the house,
Okay.
and I was watching TV, looking at my phone, and I actually fell asleep on the couch.
Okay. And what time did you?
I don't
What time
know
did you wake up?
exactly what time I woke up, but when y'all get my phone, I think one of the first things I did when I got up was call Maggie because I was going to my mom's. And I know I texted her because I checked my phone. And what time did we say the text was, Jim? Like 9:06?
I didn't see it. Yeah, I got it written down for you.
I showed you the other night, didn't I?
Yes, sir. I got it.
Yeah, that didn't make any sense, Joey.
So, I texted her, so I called her just before that. And, I mean, she didn't answer at that point. And I left to go to my mom's.
So easy for him to do.
And you said you laid down and took a little nap. And when you got up, Maggie and Paul was gone. Or did they leave when you laid down?
I believe that. I'm not sure.
But they weren't there when you woke up.
Hey, don't forget to join the channel. I have a really inexpensive option. I think it's like $1.99 a month. You get all the emojis. Your name turns green. And, you'll just be one of the freaks at that point. Sometimes I make posts just for channel members.
Around the 9 o'clock mark or so when you made your call to Maggie to let her know you wanted.
No, nobody was in that house when I left.
Adding more detail, it's just lies. Watch how he responds to this one. Watch what his head does. See if you observe that yourself when he's over there looking you in your eyes and trying to convince you of something.
Trying to narrow down the last time that you saw Paul and Maggie's when y'all were eating supper.
Yes, sir.
You know what? That answer there always bugs me. And I'm not sure why people make a bigger deal about it, but what a just weird as hell there.
You saw Paul and Maggie's when y'all were eating supper.
Last time you saw them, when you were eating supper.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I mean, it just sounded so messed up, and that's not true. So it's weird how he said that. You know what's funny? Creighton Waters references how he shakes his head forward at one point. It's like, yeah, there you go.
When Paul's phone came out, did you just pick it up and put it on, place it back down on him, or?
Yeah, I did not try to open it or anything. You know, I don't know how I had in my mind that I needed to not mess anything up. I had that.
Yeah, I don't care what you think about our guns in this country, Mandy. All right, I don't.
You know.
Welcome, Lisa Valenzuela to
Went to
Hula
the third interview
Bula.
on August 11th.
Excellent, thank you.
And after dinner, Maggie and Paul went to the kennels, or?
You know, I don't know exactly how that went. I stayed on the couch and I dozed off.
Video on Paul's phone of you and him on the floor that night. And you were in khaki pants and a dress shirt. You were playing with a tree.
I don't remember playing with a tree.
Yeah. I guess there was a tree sapling or something that had fallen over or bending over, and you were trying to get it to stand up. But I mean, the question in that is, when I met you that night, you were in shorts and a t-shirt at what point in that evening did you change clothes?
I'm not sure. It would have been.
Got a lot of meat on him,
Before
too.
dinner or after dinner?
No, it would have been.
Stem KB.
What time of day was that? I would have thought that already changed.
There's not a timestamp on it because there's so many posts, but I want to say it looks to be about dusk. So that would have been 7 or 8 o'clock.
I mean, one of the things I dislike the most is when Europeans, or even, it doesn't matter what country you come from, you always criticize America for all their gun laws and all these different things, and just do your own thing. I mean, the fact is, you know what the reality is? That's how we beat the British originally, because we were able to have guns, take over a tyrannical government. It's amazing, That's why you have people like Saddam Hussein and others who are just under the rule of whoever takes charge, and they can't do a damn thing about it. But why don't you just worry about your own countries and let us do our own, okay? Because we're not going to change because you didn't like it. You know what I mean?
I changed when I got back.
It'd be kind of rude if we were sitting there always talking about, man, you Australians, I tell you what, you should, we just don't do that. You ever notice that?
To the house.
I had some very specific recollections for y'all when he testified with his new story that had never been heard until last week.
Did he and I, Rogan Gibson told me about the dog's tail and somebody saying his leg was broken.
The line right there, he was down at the kennels, shaking his head forward.
You were just down there with Paul. You left and went back to the house again.
Paul and I were just knocking around up at the shop, the shed, the kennels, and just the whole property. And that was before dinner yesterday.
And you didn't go back down there after dinner until your return trip from visiting your mother?
Yes, sir.
I've got information that Paul was on the phone and Maggie was heard in the background and you were heard in the background.
See him shaking his head again?
And that was prior to 9 a.m.
I heard Rogan Gibson ask me if I was up there. He said he thought it was me.
Was it you?
At 9 o'clock?
Yes, sir.
No, sir. Not if my times were right.
Who do you think it could have been?
I have no idea.
And Rogan's been around your family for pretty much all his life.
Oh, absolutely.
And he recognizes your voice and you have a distinct voice. Do you think anybody else that has a voice similar to yours that he may have misinterpreted?
No, sir. When we were talking, he'd asked me that, so, and he told me that he thought I was up there.
Did that surprise you?
Yes, sir.
So I want to talk a little bit about the crime scene.
I mean, they still have the forensic evidence in some ways, putting him... He still would have lied. So here's the thing, Dan. He still would have lied about being there, but the data would have shown that he was at the house at... Well, I mean, I guess you couldn't prove that he ever saw them. Yeah. So I guess that really... That's probably the single most important piece of information because it puts everything together. That kennel video. It's unbelievable, really. All right, guys, we're at a slow point here, so if you guys would like to help support the channel, we do it on a nightly basis so that I can keep doing what I'm doing, spending today about 8, 10, 12 hours getting this stuff together, and also gives us the ability to send in, well, so far this year we've sent in $12,000 to various charities, with an average of 6 a month so far. So if we can continue that, we'll get to 72,000. And last year was 62. The year before that was 42. And the year before that was 22. That'd be pretty amazing. I think that would put us getting close to 200 or something, right?
What it indicates. I want to advise everyone there will likely be sealed exhibits. I don't need the ammo quite yet. I'll let you know, sure.
And the thing is, when you guys help support my channel, it's just income for the channel. And then I decided that because I actually have other work that I do too. It would be, I'm not a stripper though, okay, I know that popped into your mind right away, but but the, I donate over 50% of the net revenue to true crime related charities and our DNA fund, and we just got word we have 32,000 in it, and 5 cases are moving in a good position right now, so it's pretty sweet. Thanks,
You guys went out to the scene today, and you saw how it looks now. Take a good look at those trees and where they were back in the day of the incident. I'll put this up on the ammo in a second. And you can see the proximity of the kennels to that residence back on June 7th, 2021.
Put on your
Got the ammo, please.
Will do, Zozo. Will do.
All right, Dr. Reamer. You've heard from Dr. Reamer, you heard from Kenny Kinsey, and you heard from the defense experts. So, do you have the computer back?
That's right, 50 Shades of Grey.
Paul, first blast to the chest, stippling,
I'll
arms
bet
down.
up to it now.
It's in your only
We might have to do a reenactment of the 911 call once he's found guilty. I've been up to it now. Oh, oh, oh. It's a house.
Not fatal for a buckshot blast
Hey,
to the
thanks,
chest.
American lady.
This is where there was some dispute from the defense experts. The second injury went into
Hey,
the
I
left
want
shoulder,
you to do it,
into the
Bazz
cheek,
B. You got to do it.
with an exit wound on the top of the head, with instantly fatal and terminal collapse. Dr. Reamer's done
was pretty good, though,
5,500
wasn't it?
autopsies. She does an independent autopsy. She actually physically examined the victim, and she was very clear that it could not have happened from the top without destroying
Hey, thanks,
Paul's face.
Cadillac.
And I can show the image again. I'm reluctant to because I know y'all seen it enough. So I'll rely on y'all to recall that his face was intact. I'll rely on y'all to recall, and this is sealed, all the evidence up top here.
There he goes
Top of the
again.
door.
Those are the waterworks. Can't stop now, though. You slow played it too
I'll rely on
long.
y'all to recall Kenny Kinsey's testimony that buckshot don't reverse course, that kinetic energy is going in one direction. I'll rely on y'all to recall all the biological matter that you
it,
see at
Lori?
the top of the
That's
store.
My God. Lori Will said, I only come here to hear that sound. Geez, what if I didn't play it for a night or two?
I'll rely on y'all to recall, looking at states 339,
Thanks, Mickey.
which is the wadding from the shot to kill Paul. Because if you recall, the wadding from the chest shot was found still in his chest right here. This is the wadding on the ground from the shot to his head. And one of the things that you recall from Dr. Reamer's testimony and looking at Paul's face
sir,
was the
do you live in a
abrasions around
mobile
that
home or a
cheekbone that came
house?
from the wadding as it went there. You heard from Dr. Reamer that the reason for the shape on the shoulder
Renee.
was because it went along the shoulder and opened up that area there, but still was focused and then expanding as it entered in here. But she also testified that if it was here, that force would not have left his face intact. Manner of death, homicide. Then you heard from Dr. Kenny Kinsey. What we described earlier, Paul was first shot in the feed room, largely agrees with her.
Yeah, I think
Arms
he
were not
probably
up.
feels bad that he killed Paul.
He believed the shot was a little
not
closer, and the
Maggie.
lack of stippling could be chalked up to the black t-shirt.
I was on the Fitz News thing today, and I said, "Hey, to Fitz News, I messaged and said, hey, have you guys ever? Don't you find it odd that he hasn't cried? Or have you noticed that he's never really cried, very, very little about Maggie whatsoever during this trial?"
To keep the dogs
And they
off
said,
OnlyFans,
we have.
viewing
T-shirt, but also agrees, as she does, no defensive wounds. Looking at the blood spatter
James
locations
Bond.
there, and he testified in great detail and testified yesterday, there was no high-velocity blood spatter on the ground at the entrance to the feed room, which would be necessary for the shot to have occurred in the manner in which the defense suggested.
Right, it'd be on the
The
ground.
spatter travels upward in an upward direction, and you can see that on the door. He spoke of the void area, and then he spoke of the blood on the ground that was around where Paul drops, and that it's low-speed spatter. He talked about the dents in the feed room door, the pellet lodged in the door frame upper.
Yeah.
It's only possible if it's traveling through Paul's head. Not possible if it's from a ricochet,
Spattery,
as the defense
guys, not
suggested.
splatter.
And steel is much less malleable than lead. What else did he say?
I liked how they left out. They didn't do the "I did him so bad." You know, they didn't mention that one time, which is good.
Dr. Kinsey said that he, I think,
Not
3 dozen
needed.
times that he's observed contact wounds to the head with a shotgun, including one that happened in front of him, actually observed it. And he also said that any sort of contact wound like that would have destroyed the head and destroyed the face. And he was clear about that. He's actually seen them. And I think what you see with the defense experts is they're coming to you with absolutes to try to make you consider that there's a possibility that a crime scene can definitively establish whether there's 1 or 2 shooters or whether or not they're of a certain height. And that's just not how it works. And you heard that from Dr. Kinsey. That's not how it works. Not how it worked in this scene. It's a red herring, ladies and gentlemen. It's a red herring.
That's exactly right. I said
You've
that from
seen
the
the-
beginning. People always go, see, I don't know if you guys remember at the beginning, but when people would always say, "I'm just so confused at why they use 2 guns." And I said, that's exactly what his intentions were. He is an attorney. He brought 2 guns and 2 different shells, and and it's just firing around, killing people, and he wanted to look like that. It was always meant to do that. That's why it was never confusing to me. It was made sense to me that he did that. And it's weird how it just kept going on and on. People go, it's so confusing and weird that he used 2 different guns.
Testimony from Kenny Kinsey. He returned to talk about these issues. You saw the demonstration over there in the doorway? That seem realistic to you? Or is Kenny Kinsey's explanation consistent with the evidence, consistent with his experience, consistent with Dr. Reamer's 5,500 autopsies who actually observed the victims, consistent with the blood spatter, the lack of high velocity on the floor, but the existence of high velocity on the top, and the low velocity blood splatter on the floor? What's consistent with the evidence? Maggie. Again, no defensive wounds. The first 2 shots to her abdomen and her leg on a parallel path, and likely in close succession. Stippling, close range, the mark on the back of her leg. Run to her baby, didn't see it coming. Bends over, maybe on her hands and knees in pain. You saw me demonstrate that with both
They
Dr.
do
Reamer
get
and
to do
Kenny
that,
Kinsey.
Sonia, for a rebuttal of
And that's when
the
she suffers that
closing
third
of the defense.
rifle injury. And you heard their expert come in and say, no, it had to be going this way instead of this way. Going up with that graze, hitting her breast and into her head here. And Dr. Reamer actually performed the autopsy physically. She looked at the hole. She described the hole. She talked about the injury coming up into the head. And she showed you that. And she took issue with this idea that you can look at skin tags and that sort of thing and come to any conclusion about directionality. But what she told you is, I looked at this wound. I saw the hole as it went up into the brain. This was an entrance wound up into the head. Instantly fatal, internal collapse. The wrist wound could have been an extraneous wound, or it could be associated with this. 3rd rifle injury, and then of course the 4th rifle injury to the back of the head that had the canyon effect. Would have been instantly fatal, except for the fact that this one, there has to be some clearance for that 3rd shot to come up. Again, manner of death is homicide. So what did Dr. Kinsey say? Again, he took issue with an expert coming in and trying to tell you that he can determine the location or the height of the shooter in this manner. He told you the cardboard, that cannot be relied upon. And while he did agree with the angle on the doghouse, he showed you how changing the aspect of the shooter could easily fit with Alec. And that it is too far and way out over its skis to try to assert that you can determine from such information that the shooter had to be 5'2". That's not what you can do. Dr. Kinsey is a crime scene analyst. How many crime scenes did he say he'd done? Hundreds of homicides, thousands of pieces.
Let's see, we've got, I'm going to go with the voting right now. We have 339 votes, and 15% said innocent, so we've got at least, let's see, so 10% of 341 would be 34, so 15% would mean half of the 34, add 17, so 51 brain dead people on my show tonight. That's amazing.
Pieces of evidence, real world stuff. That's what he comes and talks about. And you simply can't make those determinations.
But I still love you though. Okay, I'm just, we can get you some help. We can maybe get some electrodes, set them up on your head, and maybe shock some common sense into your brain. But I don't have a lot of faith in that.
A real world environment, come in here and try to tell you that from that sort of thing, the shooter had to be a particular height. You just can't do it. You can't do it. I submit to you that Dr. Kinsey knows what he's talking about. Dr. Kinsey has the years of experience in real-world applications of crime scenes to make those judgments. And I also submit to you that
and usually they're the trolls that show up on my show. They show up here, and well, a couple of them were accidental, but they show up here and they just do the opposite of what reality is, just for the hell of it. I think the real number would be like 95, but then you still wonder about those 5, right?
Dr. Kinsey isn't going to get out over his skis and try to make assertions to you in absolutes. The guy with the 5'2" people refused to even concede the possibility of variables. But Dr. Kinsey knows that that's how reality works, and he's not going to get out over his skis and try to tell you something that simply cannot be supported by the evidence. And that's what the defense expert did. The shooter could easily be 6'4", taller, and fit all his bullet trajectories. Of course, one thing that the defense expert didn't consider and wouldn't even consider is all his little gray people are holding the guns down like this. No consideration of kneeling, of sitting, of being in any sort of different position. But the reality is, these
but what's cool, Kels, is I like to give them a rise, It's awesome.
These are fluid. Maggie is running to her baby. She's moving. And when she gets hit, it's most likely when she hits her leg against that Polaris, there's biological evidence on that Polaris. And she comes forward and collapses as Alec is moving around her, firing. They had that expert come in yesterday, and I've kind of mentioned this, but I'll mention it again. Who came in, was it yesterday, the day before? Even I've lost track of time at this point. But tried to get out over his skis again.
Wow, that makes a lot more than Dennis.
Yeah, and testify to you that it had to be 2 shooters because there were 2 guns. And why would you not just use the blackout? Is that opinion helpful or makes sense? Knowing what you know about this case?
Yeah, I even clarified it, Renee. I said, I'm not saying they'll be found not guilty. I'm saying you believe that they're actually innocent of the crime and they had nothing to do with it. And so that's where it came from. Not that he'll be found not guilty.
And knowing what you know about the firearms at this particular house, and knowing what you know about Alex Murdaugh, as you look at the rest of this evidence and what he's trying to manufacture to confuse these issues. Kenny Kinsey told you that it's just as likely that it could be 1 shooter, and although this is not to scale, you have the feed room right here, the Polaris is right here, and the cases, while they can't be relied upon as specific location, they still can be illustrating general area, and they're all in that area, moving from here to here. DSR on the defendant's hands and seatbelt, Maggie's DNA on that Super Black Eagle, DNA on the Suburban steering wheel. No DNA or blood identified on the floorboards. Showing y'all state 7. That's the how you doing comment. And the second officer walks up, how you doing? States 5, also from the body cam. It's very dark out there. You can see how well lit it can be when the lights are on. 22. 93.
See, here's the thing is tomorrow there's going to be closing arguments by the defense. And just knowing what you know now, it's just smoke and mirrors that make you go, oh, wow. All they're trying to do is create what they want people to believe is reasonable doubt. But just know what you know now and then just think that's not overcomable. There's nothing.
47.
Thanks, Papa Q.
One more step. We'll talk finally a little bit more about
Unfortunately, to save time, I had to cut out the quiet part where they cut over to Alec and he's smiling and coming up with different ideas. And this.
the defendant's story to you that he told on Thursday. We've already talked about it. Just a couple more things. I asked him when he went down there, those dogs are clearly out in the kennel video. I asked him if the dogs were alerting on anybody nearby in the woods, as dogs do. And he said no. He said that their dogs were not doing that. You heard about the fact that he changed clothes, and you also heard testimony that his clothes smelled fresh and like laundry. See again, manufacturing this scene. Not doing that. You heard about the fact that he changed clothes, and you also heard testimony that his clothes smelled fresh and like laundry. See again, manufacturing this scene. You heard from his law partners.
What if maybe he took a shower over in Alameda, came back home and then changed into his own clothes that were fresh and clean when he went to the house first, because there's about 6 minutes of missing time where he went into the house and did various things.
That he was not, and also from Marion, that he was not overly concerned with figuring out what happened or any threats to Buster. And in fact, you heard in the telephone interview after the side of the road, they specifically asked him, are there any threats to Buster? And he said no. Why is there no threat to Buster? Because he was the threat to Maggie and Paul. He knows there's no vigilante.
Now, we washed off the kennel when he was there at 8:49. I think he killed them at 8:50, right around that time. Like literally within a minute after that kennel video. And then if he did wash himself off there, he just kind of rinsed him, washed stuff off his arms, and he might have had something on his face protecting something, his head. We don't know. He could have just flipped something on his head really fast and did the shooting, then washed himself off there, and then we have to then believe that he's the one that rolled up the hose and put it back up, though.
Vigilante out there. That's why he was never concerned about it. That's why he
which he might do to make it look like he didn't clean himself. Had the hose been sitting on the ground, it would look more obvious. Hey, looks like somebody cleaned themselves off here. Instead, he rolls it back up. Now, the defense said, well, there's water on the ground because, look, the hose is off. But is that really why there's water there? So it's sort of a wash there. It's hard to really come up with who won that one.
First, the night of. He knows the only threat is him. I asked him.
I just explained why, because he's not in a rush though. If
he could remember lying to all of those close to him, people that he trusted, that he stole from, he couldn't detail one single conversation. He couldn't remember his last conversation at the kennels.
See, the reason this is the thing, is the reason he didn't have his phone on is because he can claim that he was at the house from 9:02 or even before. He can say that he went up to the house before and he just finally turned his phone on. He's claiming that he went to the house at 8:50. well, let's see. He places himself there till 8:47, and then he got at the house at 8:49. And there's no way to tell where he was because he didn't have his phone with him. And then at 9:02, 13 minutes later, is when he turns it on and he's moving around at the house. That's when he finally said, okay, now I'm going to turn it on. I got to set up some alibi phone calls and so forth. Real simple.
To use his own words, and when you hear what he has to say, when he was asked after the kennel video and his new story, what he did, he said, I got out of there.
Oh, yeah. Quickest
He's
bird
got that photographic memory, but can't remember what he was doing when he was his most active on that
chicken
day.
extractor in the world.
He didn't say, if only I had been there. If only I had gone to the kennels. If only I could have stopped it.
I mean, I've actually seen contests at carnivals, the quickest chicken removal from a dog's mouth contest, and you know for sure he would have won that one.
If only I had been there a little longer. He says, I got out of there. What father would hold anything back if he were innocent? What father would care what happens to him
not
after
really.
that?
It was a joke.
He claims he told you that he had cooperated with SLED.
See how good that was, Terry? It was such
But he hadn't. There's nothing more important if someone's innocent telling law enforcement when the last time the victims were alive. I just saw them. I saw them at 8:50. I saw them at 8:49. They're still out there. Go get them. He mentioned paranoia and tried to convince you that there was paranoia about some case 10 years ago, and he confused David Owen with David Williams. He got on a stand, ladies and gentlemen, as he got confronted with things.
That wouldn't be too good, Kelt. You could probably say recreational mummification and expert chicken remover. Or extract.
As he was allowed to keep talking, he kept adding a new factor and a new factor and a new factor to justify why he's lying to you, why he had lied to law enforcement, and to justify why he's telling you what he's telling you now. He kept adding them. He can remember those, ladies and gentlemen. He can remember a new one. He can remember this. And the problem with that is that there's no mistaking David Owen for David Williams. We showed you that picture of David Williams. This is a man who rides around with a badge in his windshield, who had blue lights installed on his private vehicle.
I don't think they ever really checked for traces of blood or anything in the water there. You know, so.
If you need any proof that he makes up lies and is very convincing with them and makes them up on the fly,
I actually don't think he washed himself off there. I think he took precautions to have something on him that allowed him to block any of the spatter that got on him, and then he washed completely off somewhere else, just any minuscule amount that he might have had on him, and got rid of whatever that was that he used to protect himself.
the guy got caught flat-footed with the badge hanging out of his pocket. He tried to assert to you that sometime it was an accident, that this badge is hanging out of his pocket. How was that an accident? See how quickly he was able to lie? But more importantly...
Well, he's going to claim when he got back, probably.
The blue light.
When he checked them.
He sat there and told you three times, I think he said his name 3 times, that Sheriff Smalls, the former sheriff of Hampton County, gave him permission to put blue lights in a private vehicle for a part-time assistant solicitor. And blue lights in a private vehicle. He told you 3 times, effortlessly got up there, pivoted, and lied to you. Because Sheriff Smalls came in here and said, of course not. That never happened. I've never heard of such a thing.
There you go. This
is a man who made his trade on lying. He lied about the most important fact in the case, and he sat there and effortlessly and easily pivoted to a new lie when confronted with something he wasn't prepared for. And the sheriff came in here and said, no, that never happened. Of course not. But he looked you all in the eyes and told you that. Looked you all in the eyes and told you that. As if, what's your problem, Mr. Waters? Sheriff Small said it was okay. Tries to tell you that he was paranoid about having a bag of pills in his pocket. The man who had blue lights in his car and had a badge, right around with a badge in his windshield. That's what he thinks of his power and prestige, and that's what he thinks of appropriate use of authority, is to put it up there. It only serves him. It's only there to serve him. But he tried to also tell you that he gets paranoid, and so he's tried to lie about the most important fact that he could offer law enforcement when his wife and son were brutally murdered because he had a bag of pills in his pocket. But yet in the same breath says, I'm not concerned about the law firm and that fair stuff. I'm not concerned about the boat case. Why would he lie about that time unless he's manufacturing an alibi? And that's just why it took him only 19 seconds to call 911, because he knew what he was going to find out there. This has all been constructed by him to try to confuse the situation. That lie that he told you, he tried to make it seem like he's been trying to tell this, but he also admitted on the stand that, and as did his brother, that his own brothers heard it for the first time last week. That his own attorney was repeating the story that he was napping the whole time and never went to the kennels on HBO in November, just a couple months ago. A lot of people lie, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of people lie. When it's really important.
And by the way, I don't literally think if you think he's innocent, you're brain dead. I just think you haven't been paying attention, or you want him to be innocent somehow. Okay, there's almost no logical way that you could think he's innocent. But if you said, I think he'll be found not guilty, I could totally buy that, because there are other people out there that, I don't know what to say other than their brains don't work quite right. It's strange. When something is reasonable and logical, it should be reasonable and logical to everybody looking at it. But it's not, and that's the scary part about our society. When they always go, hey, it's a jury of your peers, everybody. It really isn't. Okay, it really isn't. Like, I for example, here's what I think. I think, juries of your peers, that means if you're a rocket scientist, other rocket scientists should be on the jury. And if you're maybe a gang member, there's other gang members. Well, you probably get off on all those. Forget that one. But anyways, I mean, what makes somebody a peer, Like, it's strange. You wouldn't want to have, like, gang members and then other gang members being on the jury, because they would be innocent every single time. Unless you split it up perfectly with opposing gang members, But, man, just go, next time you go to a jury and you're waiting around in that room with all those people, just look around who's in there and say to yourself, wow. Would I want my life in the hands of some of these people that I'm looking at right here? Just random names that they pull out of a hat, basically.
Something like this. This brutal murder. Most people are going to come clean about a bag of pills. But why do people lie?
Hey, I got you to
people
laugh.
Lie
D-Sims.
because they knew they did something wrong. That's why he lied, ladies and gentlemen. And just like always, when confronted with new evidence that he no longer can deny, he backtracks, he pivots, and he tells a new story from that stand and looks you all in the eye. And then when new evidence comes up on cross, he backtracks and he pivots and he tells another new lie. And I'm sure if he could get up there again, he'd be telling, well, let me rephrase that. He said so many witnesses are lying on him. They're all lying on him. But the one thing we know is a constant is that he lied to them. Mark Tinsley's lying. Jeannie Secondter's lying. Shelley Smith is
This guy right here is just, man, what a bad thing to have him there.
lying. Blanca's lying. Everybody's lying on the master liar. You heard him answer the questions about whether or not he killed his wife and son. You heard me ask him if he was a family annihilator. When he answers those questions, did you see him do this?
But then,
Did you see him do that on those videos too and ask questions where now we know he was lying? Is that the most classic tell ever? I'll leave that for you to decide. One thing I will agree with him that he said up there, oh, what a tangled web we weave when we first practice to deceive.
what was that last part he just said?
Now we know he was lying. You heard him answer the questions about whether or not he killed his wife and son. You heard me ask him if he was a family annihilator. When he answers those questions, did you see him do this? Did you see him do that on those videos too and ask questions where now we know he was lying?
See that? Wasn't that great, you guys? Yeah. Did you see him going like this when I said, are you a family annihilator? Yeah. And then he shakes his head forward every time he's lying. That shows you, because every time he's crying, he's lying. He's going.
Is that the most classic tell ever? I'll leave that to you to decide. One thing I will agree with him that he said up there, "Oh, what a tangled web we weave when we first practice to deceive." How appropriate coming from that man.
Oh, what a tangled web we weave when at first we practice to deceive. Oh, God, I should have been a Shakespearean actor. So good.
This man is trying to sell you on an idea that he was at the kennels, that he jetted back, that he went inside so quickly and quickly dozed off in the shortest nap in the history of the South. And then he got in his car
I think Alec would be great at
just
that.
seconds after these supposed vigilantes. These vigilantes that apparently are 5'2", that knew somehow that Paul and Maggie would be both at Moselle on the evening of June 7th between 8:44 and 9:02, that also knew that they would be alone at this time. They knew that Alec would not be at these kennels.
Yeah.
And they also knew the property well enough to get to the kennels. They also assumed that they would find ammunition and guns there, so they didn't bring those. And they traveled the same route as Alec after his short 20-second nap, and knew that he would be visiting his mother at Alameda during that time. Those are the circumstances that you'd have to accept. The 5'2" vigilantes that arrived somehow in that tiny time period between 8:49 and 9:02, and that's given him every benefit of
This part right here is, in a nutshell. And guess what, everybody? It sounds a lot like what we were talking about on the show the other day. It's like the exact same things that you would have to believe. I don't know if you remember, like a week ago I said you'd have to believe that he got down there, and then just after the video he takes a chicken out of the bird's mouth, jumps in his car, zips up, Yeah, we have the Oompa Loompas, though.
the 5'2" vigilantes that arrived somehow in that tiny time period between 8:49 and 9:02, and that's given him every benefit of the doubt as to the story he told you.
What's going on? Ooh, jeez.
That somehow they arrived during that time. The dogs never heard them or ran to them. Somebody put the dogs up in the wrong kennel. Somebody rolled up the hose. And these vigilantes were just lucky enough to find these family weapons there, which he's clear on the other side of it that he says were never there. He's so clear. Oh, we never had the blackout. We never rode around with the blackout. No one knew who he was.
I think we need to go back to that part. Where is that?
Hold up the hose.
What's the part about the hose? I don't remember that. Thanks, Cadillac, again. Wow, appreciate it.
This man is trying to sell you on an idea that he was at the kennels, that he jetted back, that he went inside so quickly and quickly dozed off in the shortest nap in the history of the South. And then he got in his car just seconds after these supposed vigilantes. These vigilantes that apparently are 5'2", that knew somehow that
All right, that's where we got to cue up the...
Oompa loompa doobity-doo, I've got a birthday present for you. Oompa loompa doobity-dee, if you are wise you'll listen to me. What do you get when you guzzle down sweets? Eating as much as an elephant eats. What are you at? Getting terribly fat. What do you think will come of that? I don't like the look of it. Oompa loompa doobity-da.
There we go.
If you're not greedy, you will go far. You will live in happiness too, like the Oompa loompa doobity-doo.
Yeah! All right, Mary Lou.
Hey, thanks, Creighton.
All right, there we go.
Paul and Maggie would be both at Moselle on the evening of June 7th between 8:44 and 9:02. That also knew that they would be alone at this time. They knew that Alec would not be at these kennels.
Oh,
And they also knew the property well enough
crime scene.
to get to the kennels.
Or
They also
aliens.
assumed that they would find ammunition and guns there, so they didn't bring those. And they traveled the same route as Alec after his short 20-second nap, and knew that he would be visiting his mother.
I gotta tell you, it would. I know it's shitty, but like if you could make the same like animation that girl made, but use Oompa Loompas instead, it would just be sort of like sick humor, and I wouldn't make something like that. But I'm just saying, when you think about it, like how stupid it is that they have these little 5'2" people, it's ludicrous.
Alameda during that time. Those are the circumstances that you'd have to accept.
I don't think I would make it.
The 5'2" vigilantes that arrived somehow in that tiny time period between 8:49 and 9:02, and that's given him every benefit of the doubt as to the story he told you, sprinkled with a bunch of new lies as well. But somehow they arrived during that time. The dogs never heard them or ran to them.
Thanks, Caligal
Grace
3.
in that song.
Oh, sweet. No, it's Mary Lou.
Somebody put the
I was
dogs
singing
up,
along
put the dogs
with
up in the
her.
wrong kennel. Somebody rolled up the hose. And these vigilantes were just lucky enough to find these family weapons there.
So what's the part he's
Which is
saying
clear.
about the hose? I thought that's just sort of a mute move.
And these vigilantes were just lucky enough to find these family weapons there. Which he's clear,
Oh, that was here. Hold on.
sprinkled with a bunch of new lies as well. But somehow they arrived during that time. The dogs never heard them or ran to them. Somebody put the dogs up in the wrong kennel. Somebody rolled up the hose. And these vigilantes were just lucky enough to find these family weapons there. Which he's clear, on the other side of it, that he says were never there. He's so clear. Oh, we never had the blackout. We never rode around with a blackout.
Huh. There it is, man. That's the opening. The dogs were in a different kennel. Why would Alex Murdaugh put him in the wrong kennels if he was the shooter? Right? He knows what kennels they're supposed to be in.
No one knew who he was. No one knew who this man was.
Look at his face.
He'd avoided accountability his whole life. He had relied on his family name. He had a powerful family. He carried a badge and used that authority. He lived a wealthy life. But now finally, he was facing complete ruin. His father, who he idolized, who I worked with on occasion, was dying. His son was facing charges for the boat case. He was facing a civil action that not only potentially ruined him, but exposed the reality of what he'd been doing for years. He had an opiate addiction. The entire illusion of his life was about to be altered. He couldn't live for that. He's the kind of person for which shame is an extraordinary provocation. Shame is an extraordinary
Yeah, I would
provocation.
say not
His ego couldn't
acceptable.
stand that. And he became a family annihilator.
Right, I know, man. That's what I'm saying. That's what he does. He mucks things up. He did it all. Everything's
I was
done
thinking-
intentionally, though. I was being sarcastic.
People who get the last word in this courtroom are y'all. And a lot of witnesses have testified over the last 6 weeks, but there's a couple
Yeah, he does that.
that never get to testify that are important, and that's common sense and human nature. And there's 2 more that don't get to testify. We couldn't bring you any eyewitnesses because they were murdered. But common sense and human nature can speak on behalf of Maggie and Paul. When you look at this in its totality, common sense and human nature can
There
speak
you go,
for them.
everybody.
And they deserve a voice. Everything he did was meant to try to frustrate the forensics as a lawyer and a prosecutor with the 2 guns and the manufactured alibi, and not taking his phone down to the scene, deleting call logs, making short phone calls, bringing up the boat case, moving Maggie's phone, changing clothes, looking at Paul's phone, calling Rogan, or trying to call Rogan. One man controlled this crime scene initially, and that was Alex.
I keep thinking he's looking up there just going, man, this guy nailed it.
But there was something.
Well, hold on, let's get that right.
Huh?
But there were some things he couldn't control. And we brought those to you. A couple things that the defendant said that I agree with. He said, whoever did this had anger in his heart. Whoever did this planned it for a long time. That he hurt the ones who were closest to him.
So I think it's amazing how we had the It's a House thing. We've had that thing for a year and a half at minimum. And how that's just sort of an absolute perfect representation of who Alex Murdaugh is, right? You know, the 911 call, for those of you not really aware, the 911 call, he's on the scene, he's doing his little, oh, please hurry. And then the 911 operator had the unmitigated gall to ask if he lived in a mobile home or a house. And the most emotion he showed during the entire call was when he corrected her and said,
It's a house!
I mean, my God, that's what you're concerned about when your wife and your son are murdered on the ground? It's pretty weird how it's just exactly that same thing. It's the perception, the ego, and everything. It's wild.
It may be hard to fathom, ladies and gentlemen, that when you put all these circumstances together and really understand who he was in the entirety of his life.
Good night, Norm.
And the pressures that he was facing from what he had been doing for so long. You can understand it. There was one mistake, though, he didn't expect. And this is why he was worried about Paul's phone. This is why he's trying to get in touch with Rogan.
The video.
And it was that kennel video that came up late in the investigation.
Yep, thank God for the kennel video.
One of the things I asked him,
yeah, they would have. You know what it would have been at trial? They would have said, "Rogan, can you come to trial now? Tell us what it sounded like when Alec was talking. If the video didn't exist, they'd say, "Hey, Rogan, so what did he sound like? What did he say?" And he'd say, "Hey, he bought your, whatever the hell it is." And then they'd ask all the other friends, "Did you hear the imitation that Rogan had? Did that sound like Alec?" Oh man, that would think how. That's why this is so freaking important. Because that isn't what would ever have happened. That can't happen. I mean, that's how stupid it would have had to been to even have something remotely similar. The video, I mean, that's what's so funny. Look at that guy. All the stuff he tried to do, all the long-term planning, all collapsed because of this little video that his son recorded just before he killed them. It's the foundation for a million things. Him lying about how long he was gone. It's really the foundation of the case, and it should be. It shows that he's right there.
and we've talked about this, the last question I had to him, and the first question I had to him, was what is the most important part of your testimony here today? And he wouldn't even concede that, but he at least conceded that the most important thing was to look you in the eye and try to explain to you why, after his entire history, you should believe him when he says, okay, I was down at the kennels for one brief minute. But
you know what would have been really effective even more is if he said, Alec, why don't you look the jury in the eye and explain to him at each one of those various stages, and then later, oh man, then later put that on him, and it would have just been...
I had nothing to do with this. And we went through that long cross.
Let me start it from right here, this part.
And we've talked about this. The last question I had to him, and the first question I had to him, was what is the most important part of your testimony here today? And he wouldn't even concede that, but he at least conceded that the most important thing was to look you in the eye and try to explain.
You know what's weird is the parallel there. Isn't that strange how that's so similar to like Libby? You know, Libby filming the killer. Just sort of this one random video that made all the difference.
How making a mess of my neighborhood too. Not guilty is the only justice.
What's ironic is the video in the Delphi case became a lot less. Well, it's absolutely significant, and that's all there is to it. That's the only way they even know what the person looked like at all. So, yeah, it mattered a lot.
To you, why after his entire history you should believe him when he says, okay, I was down at the kennels for one brief minute, but I had nothing to do with this. And we went through that long cross in which he identified all these factors, from his partner saying having an attorney, you need to have an attorney present, to his distrust of SLED, to Dave Owen asked him about his relationship, and I asked him, at what point did you decide to lie? And he finally agreed, okay, it was in this interview, it was that moment, in the June 8th interview. It was during that interview. But in his 911 call, ladies and gentlemen, at 10:06, when he was asked when he last saw them, he said an hour and a half, and then changed it to approximately 2 hours. Consistent with what he would later say, before any of those factors that he sat there and ran through with y'all as the reason for his decision even ever existed. And if that's not enough, ladies and gentlemen, you saw, and I played it for him, Daniel Green's body cam, where he was asked the same question. And he said that it was 1.5 hours plus 45 minutes. And all those factors that he identified to you as to why he supposedly lied, he was lying to you, ladies and gentlemen, when he made those up. He was lying to you when he made those up, just like he's lied to everyone close to him. And he's good at it. He's good at it.
Oh, man.
Is that up?
There it is. That's the sound. I got to get that one in there.
I'm gonna do it. It was earlier tonight. I don't know the exact time, but I left. I was supposed to be gone an hour and a half from my mom's, and I saw them about 45 minutes before that. I rode around with Paul.
Boom. You lied, Alec. Like the bastard you are.
Motive. The means.
This is 1.5 speed, too. That was a long pause.
Ample evidence of guilty conduct.
Means
guilty conscience. All four factors are present. And Maggie and Paul deserve a voice. They need a voice because they can no longer speak. And this has been a tough job. But the system depends on people who take that oath as jurors and are willing to honor that oath and make that tough decision to vindicate these victims, to vindicate Maggie and Paul, who were cut down in the prime of their lives. This is a sealed exhibit. This is what he did. This is what he did right here. This defendant, on the other hand, has fooled everyone who thought they were close to him, everyone who thought they knew he was who he was. He's fooled them all. And he fooled Maggie and Paul too. And they paid for it with their lives. Don't let him fool you too. On behalf of the state of South Carolina, I ask you to return a verdict of guilty against the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh, for the murder of his wife, Maggie, and his son, Paul, and And 4, his possession of firearms during the commission of those malicious offenses. Thank y'all for your attention during this long trial.
I think he just absolutely nailed it. I mean, just the whole crescendo right at the end, the whole last part, just boom, 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 boom. And he points out how don't lie to, he's lied to all these different people. But for justice, for Maggie and Paul, do not believe his lies, basically. Don't let him lie to you. And he already did. He proved that he's a liar right in the face of the jury. Yeah, don't let him fool you too. Yeah, that's perfect.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that will be it for this day. We'll resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning. If you go to the jury room, and you'll be dismissed in just a few minutes from the jury room.
I don't think you can have a better judge than this guy. His demeanor's perfect. He's just smart as hell, and just, yeah.
Please do not discuss the case at all with anyone, including your fellow jurors.
Very no nonsense too. He doesn't. Yeah. So that's it. There you go.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court.
Not going to start that over again. What time is it? We've already been on for 3 hours, but I'm so used to doing these longer shows now. We might as well bust that into the case. But tomorrow is going to be the defense closing arguments, and then if there's time, there'll be the rebuttal for the prosecution. They have a chance to argue the things that the defense said one last time, and that's it. The defense doesn't get another bite at the apple after that. So there you go. That's going to be tomorrow. And then it's just sort of jury watch after that. Yeah, I think he did it alone too. He tried to make it look like many people. I can't say that there wasn't somebody else. I don't know, one thing I do know is that he was there and part of it, right? And that's I think that's all you need to know. You don't need to know that his hand was on a trigger or anything like that, because if he didn't have anything to do with it and he was there, he would have told somebody about it, regardless of what whatever the other situation is. I mean, who knows? I think he did it all by himself, using his prosecution skills and knowledge. He was able to trick people into thinking various things, and his being an attorney in the civil arena, he knew how things go when the sympathy turns its tide, and that's what he used multiple times to get people to think differently about him. So, and buy time, basically. So there you go. Do you guys want me to? I'm going to switch. You want me to flip over to that other case that might have some links to Delphi somehow? It's the Bill and Peggy Stephenson. All right. Might have to put myself in jail prior to that, though. This is 3 hours of extra. We're at 3:08 now. I'll do it anyways. God, it's so quiet. Let me turn on the... Gotta get some music playing. All right. I'm not even gonna read the latest article until we'll do that at the end. I'm just gonna go back in time like we usually do. And here we go. This is in newspapers.com. Let me clear out. Let me get my face off the screen there. Oh yeah, and this screen isn't very good. Use that one. Refreshment run. All right, I'll wait. 2 minutes. Yeah, how about we'll do a 5-minute break, I guess. Thank you, Mike S. and Georgina Stoliker. I'm gonna go get some water.
refreshment run. Thank you. Great.
All right, let's go. Yeah, this is in Kentucky, back in 2011. Good night, D. Sims. All right, here we go. Police in northern Kentucky are investigating as a double homicide the deaths of two people found inside their home Sunday after they weren't seen for several days. Boone County Sheriff spokesman Tom Sheben said the deaths of William and Peggy Stephenson, both 74 at the time, were classified as homicides on Monday morning. Investigators were called to the Stephensons' home in Florence about 1 p.m. after the couple did not show up for church. The pair was last heard from on Friday. Sheben did not release a cause of death or possible motive. Police said the Summits, the condominium community where the Stephensons lived, was quiet with few troubles. Now, when my computer crashed, I don't know if it got rid of... Let's see if I was able to keep that here. No, so I do. This website will have it because I just looked them up on Ben Verified and was able to find them. They live at the time lived at 7465 Ridge Edge Court. Oh wait, I gotta put the. Wow, that actually made it to I think the right place. Let me put the whole address in there, but yeah, same one. So it's really close to Indiana right here. Right there. Oh, it still works. So I think they even have the right unit here. So is there a street view that goes in there? No. But maybe from right there you could get a glance over at it. Yeah. So they lived in one of these units over there. Wow, what a sterile looking. That looks like, remember the show Weeds? You know, the little boxes, da-da-da-da. I mean, it's like, oh, man, look at that. Everything looks the same. Although it is an apartment complex, so maybe it would tend to look similar. But yeah, it's right over there. Yeah, so let's move on to the next article. And this is Fox 19 back in 2011, 12 years ago. And this is on July 22nd. So this happened on May 29th, 2011, and then July 22nd, so almost 2 months later. And this is, it says right here, person of interest identified in Florence double homicide. So here's them. It says a man considered to be a person of interest is being interviewed by the Boone County Sheriff's Office about the deaths of a married couple who were found in their home on May 29th. William B. and Peggy Stephenson, Both 74 were last heard from on Friday, May 27th, when the couple failed to attend church services that weekend. The Boone County Sheriff's Office considers their death a homicide. About a month after their deaths, detectives obtained a photo of a man that was seen speaking to Mr. Stephenson at the TA truck stop in Florence on May 27th. He contacted the Meriwether County, Georgia Sheriff's Office after he learned authorities were looking for him, but police say he was very cooperative and submitted to an interview with those Georgia authorities. Authorities did not release the name of this person. The man is a truck driver who was contacted by an acquaintance who saw his picture on television. Another man was also seen speaking to Bill Stephenson on May 27th. The man, now identified as Sherman D. Angel, aka Dwayne 48, is considered a person of interest. He holds an Arizona driver's license, and police call him a transient. So, I know that in the future when you read this, that the crime scene is just wacky, like crazy stuff going on. I don't know if we get to know what is going on, but. And then 2012, yeah, right here. So this is a different. Stephenson may be linked to 3 area homicides. So same last name, right? Because it's a relative. Charles Stevie Stephenson, 58, who may be linked to 3 area murders, pleaded not guilty in a Boone County courtroom Monday. He has been charged with tampering with evidence and with trafficking in OxyContin. He's being held in the Boone County Jail in lieu of $50,000 cash bond. Stephenson comes from a large, tightly knit northern Kentucky family. He had 14 uncles and aunts, including Bill Stephenson, who was brutally murdered along with his wife Peggy last May. No one has been arrested for those murders, and police have said little about their investigation. Bill Stephenson was well known in Gallatin County and had been close friends and relatives living here, and had many close relatives living here. Police became interested in Stevie Stephenson when a female companion of his, Lee Jennings, was found murdered in her Aurora, Indiana home on March 29th. Wow, that's crazy. So that's 2 months exactly before. Or maybe, no, it's actually a year late. This year. I mean, it was 2012, not 2011, so about a year later. On March 29th, Jennings, 67, who had lent money to Stephenson, was badly beaten and died of multiple head fractures. Police said they have a suspect in the case, but have not said who that suspect is. Police searched Stephenson's apartment shortly after Jennings' body was found, and 2 days later he attempted to kill himself by slashing his wrists. His wife was saved Monday night, April 9th, when officers returned to the apartment to interview him and found him with the self-inflicted wounds. They also found 13 OxyContin pills. Stephenson was arrested on tampering with evidence and drug charges upon his release from the hospital and taken to jail. Relatives of Stephenson say he lived a flamboyant lifestyle well above his means and considered himself a ladies' man. They also say he had a temper. In recent days, it has become clear he also has serious financial trouble and has borrowed money from people who are close to him. Monday, his court-appointed public defender, Steve Florian, said his client was broke and had an income of only $600 a month from pension. Stephenson had borrowed money from Jennings. He also borrowed money from his aunt, Faye Sparks. In December, a Boone County judge ordered Stephenson to repay the $37.50 he borrowed from Sparks, but he refused to repay. He's almost like Alex Murdaugh, just on an extremely lesser level. I mean, it's funny, right? Well, not the killing part, though. March 20. Jennings 67. It would let. No, we already did that part. Let me trying to get scrolled over here. It doesn't seem to want to let. Where is it? No, I think that there it is. Stephenson was ordered to make something. Da, 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 da. All right. Anyways, so he's a suspect in the case right there. But look what's going on, you guys. We're reading now. It's turning into one of these. Here we go. And this is gonna be a little bit longer one here too. All right, this is 2012. This is EagleCountyOnline.com, May 10th. Says something about after weeks of speculation, Dearborn County authorities have charged Charles Stephenson with the gruesome murder and robbery of Aurora resident Lee Jennings. So he's already being charged with the gruesome murder of Lee Jennings. Dearborn County Prosecutor Aaron Nigengard held a press conference Thursday to announce that Stephenson is suspected in the March 29th murder of Jennings in her apartment at 107B Aspen Ridge Road. Is that what I got? Let me see. I don't know. No, that's somebody else. Let's see where that is, though. Maybe it's actually in... So that's way over here. It's not even close. It's in Kentucky, but it's just way down over here as opposed to way up there. Okay. There we go. Now I'm just trying to find where the hell I was. Oh, there we go. So he allegedly attacked Jennings. This is Stephenson, who's related to Bill and Peggy, but he killed somebody else. Walton, Kentucky, allegedly attacked Jennings in her kitchen using two odd murder weapons, a pepper grinder and an iron skillet. It was a very violent death. It's very unfortunate. Investigators say Jennings, 67, died of a fractured skull caused by blunt force trauma. In a court affidavit, detectives say Jennings met Stephenson through her work as a barber at Young's Barber Shop in Florence, her hometown. Jennings' family members said they had learned Jennings made an investment of several $1,000s with a man they only knew as Steve Stephenson. That's another... okay. Jennings had spent her last day alive taking her elderly mother, who lived in an apartment next door to the doctor. She went home that evening for coffee with Stephenson, telling her mother she planned to return to her afterwards. Investigators believe money and avoiding jail was Stephenson's motive. He needed money to pay off a court-ordered debt to his Aunt Faye Sparks. The judgment demanding him to pay $500 a month had been made in a Boone County court in December. Yeah, so anyways, we got that going on. And moving forward, Stephenson's death unsolved. So here we go. Let's see. Maybe I should just save this for tomorrow. Well, I can't really do it tomorrow though. That's the problem. I gotta sneak it in anyways. While most people were enjoying the holiday weekend with family and friends, two Boone County sheriff's detectives were hundreds of miles away tracking down leads in a double murder that shocked the county 1 year ago. Meanwhile, a large, well-known Boone County family was bracing for the first anniversary of their loved one's death. On May 29th last year, Bill and Peggy Stephenson, both 74, were found dead inside their Oak Brook condo after they failed to show up for church. The couple was involved in Union Baptist Church, where Bill Stephenson was a deacon and Peggy played organ for 42 years. Bill Stephenson also served in the Truckers Chapel ministry at the TA truck stop in Florence and spent his free weekends driving food and clothes to eastern Kentucky. A year later, the case remains unsolved. Traditionally, the longer a case goes, the harder it is to solve. Two detectives, Coy Cox and Matt Mullins, remain on the case full time. Earlier in the investigation, deputies released several pictures of people they wanted to talk to about the killing. The people were identified but later determined not to be suspects. DNA from the crime scene was returned in February. Detectives are still awaiting more test results from the crime lab. Detectives have consulted with several retired homicide detectives and sent pictures of the crime scene and other information to be analyzed. The scene, which officials will not describe, could suggest a personal motive, religious motive, or a robbery, or a combination of the motives, Sieben has said. Like sheriff officials, the Stephenson family has declined to talk about the deaths. And they mentioned this guy again here. Yep, you guys, we're getting that crazy, crappy mode when I'm reading. So that's why I always think, like, God, right at the end of the show, if I do the reading cases, it'll just be like, ooh, in an hour and a half of sort of time spent of nothingness. You know how it goes. Yeah, well, there's some kind of weirdness that's going on at this crime scene, Nikki Zibs. Something weird's going there. Right, you're listening there. And then there was $100,000 in November 20th, 2012, $100,000 reward. The Stephensons from Florence were killed in their Oak Brook condominium on May 29th, 2011. They were very involved at Union Baptist Church. I don't know if there's anything new in this one other than an update. Let's see. Though few details have been released about the crime, officials have said it occurred between 1 a.m. and 4 a.m. and the killer spent a lot of time in the home arranging the crime scene in a unique manner. How crazy is that? Isn't that wild? Anyone with information is asked to call 859-334 ... Guilty verdict in beating deaths of Indiana women. So he actually got woman. So beating death of Indiana women. A Dearborn County jury has convicted a man of beating an Indiana woman to death. I mean, man, doesn't that just seem like this guy has to be involved at that point? Charles Stephenson faces life in prison without parole for the murder of Lee Jennings, 67. The sentencing phase will be Tuesday. Jennings' body was found April 5, 2012 in her Aurora home. Police say Jennings had actually been killed days before on March 29. Stephenson is the nephew of Bill and Peggy Stephenson, who were murdered in Boone County in 2011. Their murders remain unsolved. I mean, that's pretty weird. Gotta admit. Two men sought in home invasion robbery. Sheriff deputies are searching for two men who robbed a couple in their Florence condominium Monday morning. The home invasion robbery occurred in the summit of Oak Brooks, the same complex where Bill and Peggy Stephenson were killed in 2011. Deputies do not think that the crimes are related. Then why put it in an article? Alright, so get rid of that. Alright. I can't remember where this one. This is like a long PDF. Maybe I can do a search in it. I don't know what that one is. I think there was something to it before, I just don't know. It's a newspaper. Oh, I think that's it right here, this one. No, that's not it. I don't know. And then Fox 19 again back in 2014. Thursday marks 3 years since Bill and Peggy Stephenson were killed inside their Florence, Kentucky home. Detectives have interviewed more than 250 people in 14 different states since then, in addition to DNA samples collected from several people potentially connected to the case. Despite all their efforts, authorities have made no arrests in the case, nor found a match to DNA left at the crime scene. Yeah. Well, they got the DNA, so you'd think they would have been FGG by now. The couple was found murdered in May of 2011. Bill Stephenson, a deacon at the Union Baptist Church, was known for his ministry at the Truckers' Chapel. A family member discovered their bodies after Bill did not show up for the Monday service. Both were 74. I promise this will be more interesting later. Alright, here's one from 2016. On May 20th, this is on the web though. On May 29th, 2011, William Bill Stephenson failed to open the Truckers' Chapel he oversaw at the TA truck stop in Florence. Stephenson prayed with truckers in the makeshift trailer church and presided over a Sunday service inside the truck stop for drivers whose life on the road kept them from attending Mass at their regular place of worship. The Truckers' Chapel was a labor of love for Bill Stephenson, and it was unusual for him not to be there. Bill and his wife Peggy Stephenson also did not show up for services at Union Baptist Church, where he was a deacon. A family member went to check on the couple, knowing that something had to be wrong. Nothing, however, could have prepared him for the grisly scene that confronted him when he went to their Oak Brook condo. The Stephensons, both 74 at the time, and one of the most beloved and admired couples in Boone County, had been murdered. Today marks the 5-year anniversary of those homicides, which remain unsolved. Investigators and members of the community are still searching for the answer to not only know who killed the couple, but why. Police have been tight-lipped about the case, but Beth Stephenson Victor, Bill and Peggy's daughter, said the family still holds out hope that they will someday have the answer to the questions. Investigators are still getting tips that need to be looked into. Jeez, control plus, there we go. That's what I needed to do. There are things that only the killer would know, and they don't want to reveal them, which I understand. Investigators continue to work the case every day. Boone County Sheriff Office spokesman Tom Sheehan said Detective Coy Cox, the lead investigator, is involved in some aspect of the case every day. Let me see. The Sheriff Department has shared some information, including that DNA belonging to the killer was recovered from the crime scene, and at times it appeared the case was close to being solved. Thank you, Jessica Schubach. Early on in the investigation, investigators provided photos of people they wanted to talk to, but all were eventually interviewed and then they were ruled out. In 2013, Charles Steve Stephenson, Bill and Peggy's nephew, was convicted of killing an Aurora woman by beating her to death. Sheehan said, however, that the DNA recovered didn't match him. Isn't that wild? I mean, you would think almost certainly the nephew who brutally beat and killed somebody would have something to do with their murders. However, it turns out the DNA didn't match, and the DNA they know is from the killer. Well, you'll just have to go back and listen to it later. Let's see. The Stephensons were always willing to offer help to those on their down on their luck. Yeah, I'm not going to read that part. It's just fluff material. All right, 2017. I-Team unsolved DNA, but no suspect in Stephenson double murder in Florence. So, an I-Team unsolved series almost 6 years ago, a woman, a family member, found Peggy and William Stephenson, both 74, dead in their Florence home. Investigators have the killer's DNA, but no suspect has been captured. On Memorial Day weekend in 2011, the Stephensons didn't show up for Monday church at either of their regular services. Bill ran the Truckers' Chapel, a Travel America truck stop in Florence, and Peggy was a longtime organist at the Union Baptist Church. Thank you, Snarky Cinderella.
I'll join the reading wave while on rewind. It sounds like a crazy and sad case from comments. I'll get there eventually.
Awesome. Family and friends said the older couple had no enemies. They were high school sweethearts, parents, and volunteers in the community. We just want answers, the couple's youngest daughter, Beth Victor, said 2 years after the homicides. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. Investigators said the couple's bodies were arranged and the killer remained in the condo for a while after killing the couple. Wow. I can tell you that the crime scene was staged afterward, said Tom Sheehan from the Boone County Sheriff's Office. Somebody was in there for a couple of hours doing crazy stuff with the scene. We'll just leave it at that. The biggest break in the case came in 2012 when new DNA was discovered at the scene. Man, doesn't this just sound wild? It is by far the best evidence that we could ever hope to have at this point. The lead investigator in the case, Coy Cox, said it was just a matter of time before the killer was found. That was 5 years ago.
In a lot of cases, you might know who did a crime, but never be able to prove it, Cox said. We have something much better than that now. We can prove who did our crime.
What could be the motive? Whoa, Delphi was stage 2.
Yeah, I know. Yep. You got it, Danielle White. We're going to be getting to that part in a minute. Since then, investigators interviewed hundreds of people in dozens of states and tested DNA evidence against all genetic profiles in the FBI. So they were able to put it in the CODIS, but for some reason they can't do FGG. I wonder if they lost the sample and they just have the CODIS and they can't do FGG. Wow, what a... The Stephenson case fell victim to several dead ends over the past 6 years, mostly notably, perhaps, is the arrest of a couple's nephew. Robert Charles Stephenson is now 62, sentenced to life in prison, so that's what he ended up getting. After the bombshell DNA discovery, the Stephenson family offered a $100,000 reward. The killer thinks they've gotten away with murder. Nothing could be further from the truth, said Doug Stephenson. Alright, there we go. Move on to the next one. This is 2018 here.
A 74-year-old couple described as caring and giving. People of God spreading the word of the Lord. So who would want them dead?
May 29, 2011, which was 7 years ago. That crime scene, of all the crime scenes I've been on, was the most unique by far.
Boone County Detective
So isn't that pretty weird, you guys?
Coy Cox says this is an old case and not a cold case because he carries it with him every day.
Marathon, I'm not a young guy, and I've made the comment to many people that the day this case is solved, I'll retire the next day. So yes, it would mean a lot.
7 years ago this month, Bill and Peggy Stephenson were found murdered in their Florence, Kentucky home. Years earlier, WLWT actually did a story on Bill in 2000. He was a deacon at a local church and oversaw the Truckers Chapel on Kentucky 18, sharing his faith with men and women who spend most of their lives away from home and on the road.
Breaker 19. Hey guys, this is Truckers Christian Chapel. We're going to have church service in here if you want to come on in and join us.
11 years after we shared this story on our news, Bill and his wife were brutally killed. Cause of death, stabbing, and blunt force trauma. But the crime scene is something investigators and federal experts are still scratching their heads about.
There were symbols. There were items that were used at the scene to indicate strong feelings or opinions about the victims, Bill and Peggy.
Detective Cox said,
wow, how crazy is that?
As the evidence proves the killer or killers were either with the bodies for several hours or came back to the home long after the murders. No eyewitnesses, no murder weapon found. The home was cleaned.
And strangely, it's right in the middle of I mean, this is absolutely the right place. I can see it on the screen. Oops. Yeah, I mean, this is right where it is, right here. I mean, didn't anybody hear anything?
The bodies staged in a certain way, littered with odd items.
They're religious people.
Cox won't call it a satanic ritual or sacrifice, but he does believe the killer was trying to communicate something. So tonight, the lead detective wants you, the person who did this, to get
I mean, it's weird how it sounds sort of similar how they might like Robert Ives, for example, described the crime scene. It was just odd, very odd. There's things that I would consider to be signatures, and you know.
Get in touch anonymously, perhaps a letter with no return address, or a disposable burner cell phone. However you do it, Detective Cox is ready for you to reach out.
I realize that you're not going to come and sit down and say, hey, I did this, let me tell you what I did.
WLWT.
But the why,
in the
I think, would be part of what you want
it.
us to know, part of the message that you were trying to get to us. And I would ask you to communicate. Well, we'll work with you. I'll communicate back to you in some kind of social form.
The tips keep coming in. Cox and fellow investigators have interviewed hundreds of people of interest.
All right, I'm going to move on to the next one now. Then in 2020, another newspaper, just
The family Florence couple found dead in their home in 2011 is offering a $50,000 reward. The Boone County Sheriff's Office said in a press release that an interview Detective Coy Cox did in July for a true crime podcast about the deaths of Bill and Peggy Stephenson, both 74, is generating new interest. Yeah, I may have to check out that podcast. Shortly after the podcast aired, detectives began receiving tips that are now being followed up on. And this is 2020, so you wonder if, Detectives are encouraged by new information because it is unique and contains details which were never released. Well, what's the name of the podcast? The family of Bill and Peggy Stephenson hopes that a reward will be inspire others to come forward about who may... When did they say the podcast was? It must be in 2020 sometime. But if you have any information, call 859-334-8496. That's the Boone County Sheriff's. Alright, that was 2020, then 2021 on Fox 19 again. And now they got new information, so let's see what it says on this one.
Do you remember this couple? It's been nearly a decade since Bill and Peggy Stephenson were murdered inside their home in Boone County.
A detective working the couple's case is revealing a new information about the investigation.
Jessica Schmidt joins us live with where things stand right now. This is a story you will see only right here on Fox 19.
Everyone always says you only see it right here.
Yeah, Robin, Amber, so Sunday actually marks 10 years since the Stevensons were murdered in the Boone. The leads that they got recently that they heard questions for the family.
No, they didn't meet a stranger.
The Boone County couple died in May 2011 when they were brutally murdered inside their Florence home. The 74-year-olds were well known and well liked for their work in Christian ministry.
They were very involved with the church that they went to for years. Dad was the deacon, Mom played the organ.
Although time has passed, Detective Coy Cox says he and his partner are following up on 3 solid leads received within the past year. One of those tips led them to a truck driver, a man who used to live in northern Kentucky but moved to California. Knowing Bill worked with a chapel ministry at a truck stop, they tracked that trucker down.
We have collected DNA from him, and that's been submitted to the state.
Although the crime scene was complex because something had been moved and then staged in each room, Cox says they
so something moved and staged in each room. Probably the bodies.
You have evidence, and at this point, they can't rule out that more than one person may have been involved.
Who could do this to them?
Someone could take their parents' lives so senselessly in such a horrific way.
I think it's one of the hardest things that you can go through as a family. It's a nightmare that has gone on for 10 years.
They deserve an answer. I wish we could give them one, and hopefully soon we can.
Crazy. All right. Let's see. We got. Now we move on to 2023, February 28th. So 3 days, or yesterday. See, I keep thinking there's more days. Right. So that's what the the article looks like. But here, listen to this.
It was a very complex, brutal, disturbing crime scene.
One of Boone County's most horrific killings remains unsolved. It's 12 years later.
Just listen.
But the detectives working the Stephenson case are leaving no stone unturned. In recent months, their investigation has led them even to Indiana to look at a possible connection to this highly publicized Delphi murders.
Yeah, Jessica Schmidt digs into these new developments in part 1 of this story from Cincinnati's crime.
See, I'm just wondering if somebody was like, ooh, and then tried to connect them, or is there... It sounds sort of like there's something to it, though, the way the detective talks. So, I mean, although, I don't know. Let's listen to it.
Crime Vault.
Detective Coy Cox and his partner make up Boone County's cold case unit, yet they say the murder of Bill and Peggy Stephenson is far from cold. In fact, they've traveled to at least 14 other states to follow up on leads, including several trips to Delphi, Indiana. And they're pursuing potential breaks in the case using a DNA profile. May 29th, 2011 was a sunny Sunday in the suburbs.
It was a spring day, like most around here in northern Kentucky.
But the day quickly turned dark after a gruesome discovery.
It was a very complex, brutal, disturbing crime scene.
2 people, both 74 years old, were found dead inside their Boone County home. A beloved husband and wife, Bill and Peggy Stephenson. A concerned family member found them when they didn't show up for church.
We think it was, a very quick surprise attack. There was some blunt force trauma.
Detective Coy Cox and his partner Tim Adams were sent to the scene. The house had been altered and the bodies were staged.
There were things that were done to their bodies that was horrific. They changed several things in the scene, which is really, really unusual for any murder.
Wow, what the hell? That's creepy.
Which is really, really things that were done to their bodies.
So there's some things done to their bodies.
That was horrific. They changed several things. In the scene, which is really, really unusual for any murder scene anywhere in the country or in the world.
Whoever killed the couple did not take off right away.
There was quite a bit of time that the
nobody saw
perpetrators,
anything, huh?
The killers,
it was 1 to 4 in the morning.
Stayed in the residence or felt comfortable.
No, but guess what? I think I heard when I was listening earlier. It sounds like I didn't listen to it thoroughly, but they know the exact time of death because one of them had probably like a pacemaker, and it stopped, and it has a time on it or something. I mean, it's crazy.
Coming back to the same.
In general, detectives believe that kind of behavior points to a suspect who knows the victims. And Bill and Peggy Stephenson were loved by many.
They were amazing people, good Christian people. They wanted to share their faith and their love with the community. And
they've missed out on so much. They've missed out on weddings. They've missed out on 3 new great-grandbabies. Graduations, like I said, weddings of the grandkids. All the grandkids are married.
That's Bill and Peggy's daughter, Beth Stephenson Victor. She describes her parents as devoted churchgoers, a couple who loved their big family. Peggy was the quiet one, an experienced and talented musician.
Played for many weddings, funerals, played for a couple of the grandkids' weddings. She loved to play the organ. She played the piano too.
Bill was the opposite, known as the life of the party. A man heavily involved in ministry, he shared his faith with truck drivers every Sunday at a truck stop in Florence.
They had a trailer out that they would open up during the week, and if truckers wanted to stop in and pray, they would pray with them.
That connection to the community became a possible lead for detectives Cox and Adams. Today, they handle the sheriff's cold case unit, but they're still investigating the Stephenson case. Over the years, they've interviewed a lot of truck drivers.
Early on in the investigation, we had information that someone had been at the truck stop looking for Bill pretty aggressively, banging on the door of the chapel, asking if anyone had seen Bill.
There are truckers they've ruled out, others still on their radar. They've also looked into Charles Stevie Stephenson, the nephew of Bill and Peggy. Detective Cox says they've even spoken to him recently. Stevie is locked up, spending life in prison for beating an Indiana woman to death with a skillet.
We feel pretty comfortable that that's in a good place. There is no final statement on there. It isn't that he's been cleared. But we have certainly vetted him in every way possible.
One of the largest developments in the case could still bring them the break they need to close it. Detective Cox says they have an unknown DNA profile.
We don't know who that DNA belongs to, and it was found at our crime scene.
It is complex, so genealogy isn't an option, at least right now. There is testing they can do to try to find a match, and that's something they're actively pursuing.
We're just still hopeful, that they'll come up with the right evidence that they need, and a confession would be great. But we're still hopeful that they'll solve it.
More than a decade later, tips continue to come in. Detectives even traveled across state lines in recent weeks to see if what happened to the Stephensons has any connection to the murder of 2 young girls in Delphi.
So they have a part 2 right here.
A nightmare that you never wake up from, and that you wouldn't wish on your worst enemy.
So for nearly 10 or 12 years, the dark, devastating murders of Bill and Peggy Stephenson have left a lot of loved ones just living in fear.
Yeah, answers could be coming as detectives follow up on new leads involving DNA testing and a potential connection to Delphi, Indiana.
Jessica Schmidt explains the very latest developments in part 2 of this story from Cincinnati's Crime Vault.
Well, at this stage of the investigation, detectives
Could you imagine dating somebody that was a newscaster? Hey, you want to go get some chicken tonight? I'd love to get some chicken, but I'd like some barbecue chicken as well. I know, but I said chicken. I know you said that, but I'd also like a biscuit and a Diet Coke, please. I mean, wow, it would just sound so strange talking to them.
They are not prepared to rule anything or anyone out. They've tried everything, including talking to mediums and psychics and announcing a $50,000 reward for information. And they're working on some of their latest leads right now. The disturbing deaths of Bill and Peggy Stephenson left so many in the Boone County community shattered.
It was just horrible, you know, just to find out that they're both gone and that it wasn't an accident, wasn't.
Well, you better think about it, Amber, before you start going on a date with
somebody else. It was just, it was almost too much to bear.
The couple was murdered inside their own home in May 2011 after living lives filled with love and ministry. Their daughter Beth calls it an incredibly scary situation.
You were constantly looking over your shoulder, and just up until about 3 years ago, my front blinds never opened. Just within the last 3 years, I've been able to sit with the blinds open.
It was a complex crime scene.
Pretty bad that somebody could stay, that they could stage something and stay with bodies like.
Just yesterday, you said you loved me. Today, you didn't, and I'm wondering if we're still dating. I think it would make it easier to break up with somebody if they sounded like that.
For, you know, multiple hours. It's pretty sick.
That's why detectives Coy Cox and Tim Adams are not willing to close the door on anything.
We are careful in this case because of the complexity of some of the evidence, not to say that anyone has been ruled out. But we certainly take it all the way down the path as far as we can to where it's like, okay, we don't see the need to go on down this path because it's not looking like that is our individual.
In November 2022, a tip led them to a neighboring state.
We had received some information from an individual regarding the Delphi murders in Indiana, and they had said for all of these reasons, we believe it may be the same person that was involved in the Stephenson case.
Right away, detectives started looking into a possible connection between Bill and Peggy's 2011 murder and the murders of Abby.
Because the only person that would call would be somebody that had intimate knowledge of the case.
Williams and Libby German in Delphi, Indiana in 2017, a case that's garnered national attention.
There's things.
See, this is the thing that's coming up now. You remember how we used to always say there was like an item, you know, like a signature, and I always thought, like, man, is there like an item that was found at the crime scene? And if there is, why not just show it, and then maybe the public can help you find people that have that item or whatever, right? So
things that will make you really interested in a case, simply more than just somebody saying, hey, we think this person might have been involved. But we had a little piece of information that really made that case specifically interesting to us.
See, they had a little piece of information that made the Delphi case seem more interesting to them.
The information pointed Boone County investigators toward a specific person who had a specific item they were interested in.
I'm not going to tell you about that. What
a specific item? Wow.
That item was. We've recently been in the northern part of Indiana investigating this guy, following him around, looking for things, collecting all of the information and the evidence that we would need to at least vet him as best we could with our case. He was cooperative. We were able to go down that path with him, and he articulated good reason to why that may have existed.
They sent what they found to Indiana State Police since they are handling the murder investigation of Abby and Libby. To be clear, Detective Cox says their investigation into a potential link between the two cases did not include Richard Allen.
We received information from Indiana as it related to some persons, and we forwarded that to them. We did not send them the information that led them to Richard Allen. We sent them information that may have had some parallel inconsistencies.
See what? For in the ring? We sent them information. It didn't lead to Richard Allen, but it was information that led to consistency, like a consistencies
with where they are with that case right now.
With where they are with the case now, wow. That's weird.
When Boone County detectives were in Delphi, Allen was already in jail, where he has been since October of 2022, accused of Abby and Libby's murders.
I know that sounds a little cloak and dagger, but I'm just sorry about that.
Yeah, I mean, when that would be interesting there, Zozo, if that's the item, they located a snuff, wouldn't that be just crazy? And he got it online somewhere, so there was an explanation for it, but it's part of the bigger thing, just like we've been saying the whole damn time. I think Kagan Klein and the whole Anthony Schatz, Tony Klein, all those people are related to even Richard Allen. I think they're all part of this sort of network, and I think Richard Allen may have filmed something at the crime scene, given it to Keegan Klein on the Samsung that he took to Las Vegas, that he factory reset while in Las Vegas. I mean, that right here, that was a good call there, Zozo. I'll give you credit for that one. Yay! Na 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 na. Yeah, so maybe that's what it is, but it's some sort of an item there, though. I'm not sure what you meant by voice. Who recorded the voice? I don't know what that means.
About that, we're not going any further with that.
That's not the only lead they're following.
We have two gentlemen that are in the trucking profession that we have collected DNA from, and we are awaiting response back from the Kentucky State Police Lab.
They're waiting on results from the lab to see if the truck driver's DNA matches the unknown profile found at the Stephenson crime scene. It has Detective Cox feeling hopeful. As someone who has been on the case since day one, it's personal.
You guys are nuts.
Hard. That's on my watch. That's my case. I want to solve it. I don't want to say it's more special, but it's very special.
Oh, you mean me calling
really
that there's a connection with the...
As we would all of them, obviously. But yeah, this one has a little extra tug.
For Bill and Peggy's family, all of...
I don't know, you guys. I think that's pretty wild, don't you think? Pretty wild. There's something that somebody had... Well, actually, but the... Yeah, I mean, what if it was a snuff film on Peggy and them, but there was a good reason he would have it because he was part of the site. But then it's also people think maybe that exists. I don't know. We don't know what the item is. I mean, we're just speculating. But it wouldn't surprise me if it was something like that. I mean, it does sound like this detective, the way he's talking. It sounds like there's something more to it. Yeah, but we've been saying that the whole time. Let's see. Or maybe a player's card type of... I don't know. It just seems like he feels like, like they're actually, like they help. What was that part he just said? It was interesting.
Peggy's 2011 murder, national.
This person might have been involved, but we had a little piece of information that really made that case specifically interesting to us.
The information pointed Boone County investigators toward...
That will make you really interested in a case, simply more than just somebody saying, hey, we think this person might have been involved. But we had a little piece of information that really made that case specifically interesting to us.
The information pointed Boone County investigators toward a specific person who had a specific item.
But that's the part that's interesting is what made it directed towards a specific person, though.
They were interested in.
I'm not going to tell you about that, what that item was.
Yeah,
we've recently
been
in the northern part of Indiana.
Organization of people who trade
investigating the sky, following them around, looking for things, collecting all of the information and the evidence that we would need to at least vet him as best we could with our case. He was cooperative. We were able to go. He had received
Williams and Libby.
That will make you
I gotta hear that
really interested in a case, simply more than just somebody saying, hey, we think this person might have been involved. But we had a little piece of information that really made that case specifically interesting to us.
The information pointed Boone County investigators toward a specific person who had a specific item they were interested in.
I'm not going to tell you about that, what that item was. We recently
been
in the northern part of Indiana, investigating the sky, following them around, looking for things, collecting all of the information and the evidence that we would need to at least vet him.
Wouldn't that be crazy if that was Kagan Klein, and that's how it got there? And Kagan Klein somehow had something related, it led to him somehow, and then, wow. Because see how he's saying it leads to the bigger thing? That's Kagan Klein. Wouldn't that be absolutely crazy? No, not like an alphabet letter.
As best we could with our case. He was cooperative. We were able to go down that path with him, and he articulated good reason to why that may have existed.
They sent what they found to Indiana State Police, since they are handling the murder investigation of Abby and Libby. To be clear, Detective Cox says their investigation into a potential link between the two cases did not include Richard Allen.
We received information from Indiana.
So pretend that he's talking about Kagan Klein this whole time.
Indiana, as it related to some persons, and we forwarded that to
and Tony
them.
Klein.
We did not send them the information that led them to Richard Allen. We sent them information that may have had some parallel consistencies with where they are with that.
Oh man, let me go back and just think of
some information from an individual regarding.
Okay, I'm going to go back here and just think about it being. Yeah, when we go back a little bit, just think in your head that it's Kagan Klein or something that he's talking about.
The Delphi murders.
Now this guy seems like he really feels like he is part of something here.
And they had said, for all of these reasons, we believe it may be the same person that was involved in the Stephenson case.
Right away, detectives started looking into a possible connection between Bill and Peggy's 2011 murder and the murders of Abby Williams and Libby German in Delphi, Indiana in 2017, a case that's garnered.
Thank you. Very kind, very kind. Yeah, it was maybe like a letter F or something, but it was just written in a document, like a text message to me a long time ago. We don't know. It's not like, oh, a letter F. Oh, that's so-and-so. That's what I'm saying. That's just not related to what they're talking about here. So let's, just for the hell of it, like I was saying,
they had said for all of
just pretend that they're talking about Kagan Klein here, or Tony Klein and Kagan at the same time.
We believe it may be the same
Don't worry
person,
about the letter
that
F.
was involved in the Stephenson case.
Right away, detectives started looking into a possible
Because it has nothing to do with
between
it.
Bill and Peggy's 2011 murder and the murder.
It didn't lead to a specific person having the letter F, right? So that's what I'm trying to say is just take that part out of your mind, all right? That isn't it.
Murders of Abby Williams and Libby German in Delphi, Indiana in 2017, a case that's garnered national attention.
There's things that will make you really interested in a case, simply more than just somebody saying, hey, we think this person might have been involved. But we had a little piece of information that really made that case specifically interesting to us.
The information pointed Boone County investigators toward a specific person who had a specific item they were interested in.
Yeah, so who would have been able to tell the Boone County police that somebody in northern Idaho had an item that they were interested in?
I'm not going to
probably other law enforcement
tell you about that, what that item was. We recently been in the northern part of Indiana, investigating this guy, following him around, looking for things.
Don't you just want to know what they get to know?
Information and the evidence that we would need to at least vet him as best we could with our case. He was cooperative. We were able to go down that path with him, and he articulated good reason to why that may have existed.
They sent what they found to Indiana State Police, since they are handling the murder investigation of Abby and Libby. To be clear,
see what did they find there?
Detective Cox says their investigation into a potential link between the two cases did not include Richard Allen.
We received information from Indiana.
See, look at, they received information from Indiana. So that means it's the Indiana State Police are who gave the Boone County, Kentucky people information about, wow, we think this looks similar.
As it related to some persons, and we...
So, I mean, just think about that.
From Indiana, as it related to some persons, and we forwarded that to them. We did not send them the information that led...
Potential link between the two cases did not include Richard Allen.
We received information from Indiana as it related to some persons, and we forwarded that to them.
What do you mean? They gave it to you and then you forwarded it back to them? All right, so they got information from Indiana about people... they got information from Indiana about people in Indiana that might be connected to the Stephenson's murder. Then they got information and forwarded it back to them.
We did not send them the information that led them to Richard Allen. We sent them information that may have had some parallel consistencies with where they are with that case right now.
Parallel consistencies in where they are with that case. Well, all we know is that there's Richard Allen and it's not related to Richard Allen. Well, the Kleins are the other people that everybody knows about, and it's part of the investigation. And they mentioned, oh God, this whole...
When Boone County detectives were in Delphi, Allen was already in jail, where he has been since October of 2022, accused of Abby and Libby's murders.
I know that sounds a little cloak and dagger, but I'm just sorry about that. We're not going any further with that.
That's not the only lead they're following.
We have two gentlemen that are in the trucking profession that we have collected DNA from, and we are awaiting response back from the Kentucky State Police Lab.
They're waiting on results from the lab to see if the truck driver's DNA matches the unknown profile.
Somebody knew about an F, so they sent him. That doesn't make any sense. Indiana State Police is apparently who contacted them and said, hey, you might have a connection here, because this is what we found. Because you got to realize, they checked, they've done search warrants at the Klein's residence, right? So maybe Tony was able to give him a good, plausible reason that he had something. Maybe it's not them. I don't know. It just seems pretty... Like, who else do we know about here? What are you doing out there, Cairo? What do you mean, who's skilled at murder? What are you talking about, Lisa? What are you doing? Every comment is just... Yeah, maybe it's somebody like Zine, Dan. Somebody, Agan Zine or something. Yeah, it could be all kinds of things. Could be aliens, could be all kinds of stuff. But all we know about are these people. And, it could be part of the network or whatever. But we know that they've done warrants, and we also know that from the murder sheet how they said that they were really focused on Tony Klein, so maybe that was it. I always have these negative Nancys in here. It's just, come on. Every once in a while, just kind of go, yeah, you know what? That is interesting how he said that.
In this case, because of the complexity of some of the evidence, not to say that anyone has been ruled out, but we certainly take it all the way down the path as far as we can to where it's...
Yeah, there was probably something similar about the crime scenes that made them want to look into somebody. Or Indiana State Police found something that pointed to this case when they were doing their search warrants regarding the Libby and Abby case, and let them know about it. Then they investigated that, then sent it back to Indiana State Police.
It's like, okay, we don't see the need to go on down this path because it's not looking like that is.
Yeah, we've said that 100 times, though, even tonight.
In November 2022, a tip led them to a neighboring state.
All right,
we had
awesome, you
received
guys.
some
Okay, that's gonna do it. Frustration is being built up. Thanks, Jim Lawn. Yeah, that's what we were saying. Richard Allen, the full on. Oh yeah, how's he doing with that spider bite? I mean, what a weird thing. Are they both sick from the spider bite now, or what? What's going on with that? You guys have some messed up spiders in Australia. I mean, that's like some dangerous shit over there. Oh. Yeah, she had, like, yesterday she was saying her son got bit by a spider. I mean, what the hell? I think this is interesting. I'm gonna have to look into this a little bit more, kind of dig around or something. It'd be cool to know what that connection was. Doesn't it just suck not being able to be a cop sometimes and just know what the hell that he's not going to tell us? I'm not going to tell you what the item was. Oh, God. Just knowing that one little thing would be so awesome. Yeah, we need something. I mean, it could be anything, but the only things that we know about are how much they believe. I mean, remember they took Kagan Klein out to the bridge to look for an item connected, all that stuff. Yeah, it could be anybody in the ring. I'm just saying, those are the only ones we know about, so why not entertain that idea? They said someone in Indiana sent them some info. Yeah, no, they said that the cops at the end, they said it was Indiana. Indiana sent them. That's the state of Indiana. No, I just listened to it, not your average chick. They said Indiana sent us something. If it was just a random person, they would have said somebody. I don't need to listen to it again. I just heard it. Yeah. Let's see. The first time he said that, then the last time he said the state of Indiana sent it in. Did you miss that part? I mean, he didn't say the state of Indiana. He said Indiana sent us something. Oh, by the way, I think I sent your notebook out. Well, sent it out today. That notebook, I sent out 20 something. That takes forever. Yeah, so let me play it for you. Hold on.
It was a very
in kids' weddings.
Musician, a couple who
they were
this one.
Wow.
Able to go down that path, and the
item they were interested in.
I'm not going to tell you about that, what that item was. We recently been in the northern part of Indiana, investigating this guy, following him around, looking for things, collecting all of the information and the evidence that we would need to at least vet him as best we could with our case. He was cooperative. We were able to go down that path with him, and he articulated good reason to why that may have existed.
They sent what they found to Indiana State Police, since they are handling the murder investigation of Abby and Libby. To be clear, Detective Cox says their investigation into a potential link between the two cases did not include Richard Allen.
We received information from Indiana.
See that? We received information from Indiana. Now, normally when you talk like that, you're referring to the state of Indiana, like the state of Indiana. However, that could mean just some random schmo in Indiana. Okay, but it normally you say, we received information from somebody in Indiana, right? But instead it said we received information from Indiana. But that could just mean they received information from a random schmo in Indiana. Right? Not your average chick? I guess we'll find out someday which one is what it is. But he did say early on, let's go back to here.
All the way down the path as far as we can, it's not looking like that is our individual.
In November 2022, a tip led them to a neighboring state.
You know, that's interesting too. So listen to the date of that one. November 22. That's right after the Kagan Klein and Richard Allen stuff. So doesn't that make it seem a little closer to that? Right? Because Kagan Klein, I think wasn't that like October 12th and then October 27th or something like that is when he was arrested. Richard Allen, I mean. And then the Kagan Klein stuff was just before that. And then they're saying
2022, a tip led them to a neighboring state.
Now, who is giving the tip?
We had received some information from an individual regarding.
So this does say individual.
Delphi murders.
And we heard
Indiana,
that before, but I
and
switched
they
it.
had said for all of these reasons, we believe it may be the same person.
November 2022, a tip.
November 2022, just right after Richard Allen's arrest and right after the whole Kagan Klein stuff. After they've done these search warrants.
Led them.
And they already were going to arrest Richard Allen, and had already been arrested. So obviously they couldn't have helped in that one. But it could have been that the search of Richard Allen's home and items found or something like that led somebody to contact this police agency here, and then they went back and followed those other people.
Them to a neighboring state.
We had received some information from an individual regarding the Delphi murders in Indiana, and they had said for all of these reasons, we believe it may be the same person that was involved in the Stephenson case.
Right away, detectives started looking.
Yeah, but I don't know if they would be. See, here's the thing: the individual in Indiana, listen, has to be somebody in law enforcement, because that's inside information, an item found in these types of things, right? It has to be. It's not like
Looking into a possible connection between.
Although it could be somebody like this, like there's a lot of could be's. Just like Dan said a while ago, but it's, now I'm being the negative Nance, but I'm just saying it could be something where somebody that was at one of these people's homes saw something related to the Stephensons and was like, God, that's really weird, and then called them up and they were really interested in what they saw. I don't know. Okay, I don't know.
Between Bill and Peggy.
But I think the person needs to be sort of, right, I think it has to be somebody, if it's not just some random thing like I just said, it's got to be somebody in law enforcement that sent them a tip. And that's why later he sort of gives it away a little bit by just saying, Indiana, contacted us, or,
Peggy's
we got
2011
information from
murder
Indiana.
and the murders of Abby Williams and Libby German in Delphi, Indiana in 2016.
And the item was, we recently been.
The information pointed Boone County investigators toward a specific person who had a specific item they were interested in.
I'm not going to tell you about that. What that
God,
item
see,
was.
I just want to know.
We recently been in the northern part of Indiana, investigating the
No, I was being a negative
following
Nancy.
around, looking for things, collecting all of the information and the evidence that
So they followed this person around, they collected information.
Need to at least vet him as best we could with our case. He was cooperative. We were able to go down that path with him, and he articulated good reason.
So he had given good reasons once they went down and they sort of surveilled him and checked him out. He had good reason
to why that may have existed.
Good reason to why it may have existed, but he didn't look too certain when he said that in this interview. He was like, why it may have existed, kind of a.
They sent what they found to Indiana.
So then they sent it back to Indiana
State Police, since
to Indiana State Police. So that makes it sound like it's separate, because we don't get to know who the source was. So that could have been police too.
they are handling the murder investigation of Abby and Libby. To be clear, Detective Cox says their investigation into a potential link between the two cases did not include Richard Allen.
We received information from Indiana.
So we received information from Indiana. So that makes it seem more likely that it's law enforcement.
As it related to some persons.
As it related to some persons, plural. Gagan Klein, Tony Klein.
And we forwarded that to them. We did not send them the information.
And then we forwarded that to them, back to them.
Information that led them to Richard Allen.
We did not give them the information that led to Richard Allen, right, because you got this information in November of 2022, and he was arrested, I think, in, wasn't it October?
We sent them information that may have had some parallel.
We sent them information that may have had some parallel.
Consistencies.
With
where they are with that case right now.
With where they are with that case. Wow. I mean, that is crazy shit, man. I wasn't even expecting to have these thoughts about it when I was going to go over this, but man, that's pretty interesting. Pretty interesting, you guys. Well, I think we're going to have to delve into this. I don't know how much more you can delve into it, but have you followed the Delphi case, Lisa Slays? Yeah, it's pretty interesting. Anyways, I gotta get out of here now. 4 hours and some change again. So hold on. Thank you. And let's see. Hold on. Yeah, thank you guys very much for helping make the first day of the month a good night on here. Okay, just we'll give away another "It's a House" mug. All right, but let me get through these names over here. Sometimes months when they start off poorly, it's hard to catch back up again. So thank you. All right, so thank you very much to Tosh, Jody H, Sonia, Cheryl Bullock, K. Me, Melissa South, Coast Hampton Style, Jessica Miller, Eugenie, Ashy Snow, Allie Cake, Simple Life Days, Georgina Stoliker, Brianna 25, Loving the Sun 100, Nikki Zubs, Doohickey, Mama She 13, Jen H, Melissa South, Doohickey, WNC Granny, Plato, Nikki Zubs, Ria Mazaron, Mama She 13, Dream of a Hive, Connie E, Melanie Tone, Cadillac, Tosh, Cadillac again with a cat eye, Melissa South. I think Cadillac had like 2 or 3 cat eyes or something. I mean, it was crazy. Lynette Burns, Tosh, Snarky Cinderella, Carolina Carla, Classical Guitarist, Mag, Mari Buchanan, SV Kathy, Amy and Todd Stakely, American Lady, Cadillac, Cat Eye, Georgina Stoliker, Crime Freak, Your Gypsy, Zozo, American Lady, Cadillac again, Mickey Duff, Renee H, James Bond 975, Papa Q, Christy, Cadillac, and then Cali Gal 3 with a cat eye donation. Jim Lawn, John Dunn, Georgina Stoliker, Mike S, Jessica Schubach, Snarky Cinderella, Danielle White, Maratha 563, Cairo, and then Cadillac again with a cat eye, Jim Lawn, and Mar McIntyre. Thank you very much, everybody, and special thanks to Cadillac out there and Caligal 3 for the cat eyes. Yeah, you should get one. They're only $1.99 a month there, Coast Hampton Style. Or just put your name as available, and people seem to give away memberships a lot, and you can get started that way. What do you think of that? And I do have the notebooks, and I've got 9 more to send out. I've already got the labels printed, but I've got more ordered again tonight, so we're going to add those to it and probably get them all sent out by tomorrow. And they gave me a discount. They were, you know, those notebooks weren't supposed to be totally red like that, but they're cool and everything. They're cool, I guess. But I wanted it where they had the red. It was like supposed to be a red stripe here, and then tan. So it wasn't what I ordered. So they gave me a little bit of a discount on them, which is good, right? I mean, they should. Now the pages are just regular. It's like this. Oops. You know, inside. And you get the freak pen, the 2 freak pens with it. Sometimes I throw in a random stress ball. I mean, that's not part of the... I might do something where if you send 30, you get the stress ball and the notebook at the same time. I don't know, maybe do something like that. Red is your favorite color, but I got blue on tonight. I know some people don't like that one, but... yeah. All right, and also on we had 25 from Nomad Beats, and also Mary Presley on Cash App, and then PayPal we had Jill Alder, Lillian, and Karen Van Patten. Thank you. All right. Let's see. That's right. I said, you know what? I spent $172 in shipping today. That's crazy, man. But you know, when you pump out, mainly because there was 2 of them that were. There was one from to the UK and one to Canada. Those are like UK and Australian stuff. I mean, I can't do it for the 25 because it's 18 just for the shipping, and the items themselves are, you know, I mean, it's like you're actually losing money when you send it to Australia or the UK. But you know, I guess the other one, you know, if you make enough on the other ones, it pays for the loss on those, I guess. You guys just, I mean, I just tell you guys whatever, you know, however things are working, you know, hope you guys don't mind, but anyways, thank you guys very much for being here tonight. Tomorrow are the closing arguments for the defense and likely the rebuttal the same day. Then there'll be the jury charges, and then they'll deliberate. And boy, won't that be fun. I mean, oh man, that's going to be crazy. Yep. So let's do a spin for the we'll do the it's a house mug.
It's a house
mug.
It's a house
mug. There we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Shuffle, 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 shuffle. And here comes the spin. Good night, Mag. Thank you very much. It's good having you around more. You always make good observations out there. Oh, look at that. It's Connie E. There it is, everybody. That was the winner. Chicken dinner. And Zozo, good observation there. Okay. That was a good one. I liked it. Who knows? But just to throw it out there, my theory in the Delphi case is that Kagan Klein is connected to the Delphi murders, And I think Richard Allen and Kagan and them know each other either through the Dropbox or the network somehow, and that there is a possibility that there is even like snuff films out there with them, because the FBI, when they were looking at Ron Logan's property, or the police when they were looking for media and things created like that. So I think there's an absolute possibility that there's something like that exists in that Dropbox sort of sex offender community that they're in, whatever the hell you want to call it. So I think there's almost no way that you can't think that they're connected. I don't think Ron Logan, unless he's just part of the general Dropbox, whatever. I don't even think he's part of that. I just think he's some schmo that just got himself in the wrong place at the wrong time. All right, you guys. Thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow. And as I always say, everybody, until next time, be safe out there. Oh, and let's see. Where was the... I'm not sure. And I was looking for Lisa's comment again. I never got it. Never saw the reply. Oh, there you are. There's Lisa right there. Do you know the Delphi case well, or are you just starting to learn it? Because we go over it all the way through sometimes on here. I always like to get the newer people sort of just caught up in general, going through like an hour or so. Yeah, well, I think you'd find it pretty interesting, I think. Because I think some of the stuff you were saying, I mean, there are... apparently there's signatures at the scene. So, who knows? Alright, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you very much. And again, as I always say, until next time, be safe out there. Might have to do a reset.
Yeah, I've been doing this true crime thing for quite a while now.
Again.
And during this whole time, I have not seen one person that is a...
That's pretty crazy.
Crime dissector. Projector. I'm a certified human lie detector. I'm gonna get you on a stretcher. If you try and play me like an old projector. Crime sector is my nectar.
Good night, not your average chick.
Crime collector, freak connector, and I'm always gonna...
Hey, Clay, I think she was right and you were wrong.
Well, we don't know if she was right or wrong, right? It could have been that it was a law enforcement with private source, but they didn't want to say it was law enforcement.
Well, that's a good point, too. I guess we'll just never know.
I'm no pretender, and I'll serve it to you straight without the blender.
And in the end,
I'm gonna send ya on a mission to reveal the true offender. Yeah, so I'll just get right back to work. All right, everybody? Talk to
you. All right. Well, hey, everybody. Thank you very much. And...
be safe out there.
That's what I was about to say.
But you already said it, Gray. I was going to say it.
But I wanted to say it again. I always say it right after the rap, and...
Gosh, Gray. What am I sugar?
What? A mashugana? Isn't that's like Yiddish or something, isn't it?
Oh yeah, that's right. Oy vey, Gray, oy vey.
Oh, wow, Mary Lou, you're good stuff. All right, yep, we'll see you tomorrow again.
Good night, everybody.
Not bad.